Progress. So we're going to go ahead and jump right back in where we left off with the Survivor Man Challenge. And just to clarify, it wasn't last stream, the stream before last, I believe. We did add Universal Autoloader because our sugar mills are getting out of hand. And then we did add where the sugarcane harvester, we had a mod that just gives it an internal storage. So it doesn't go faster or do wider or anything like that. It just has an internal storage. Just that way, you know, the AI can handle stuff like corners and all that kind of stuff. It makes it a little less frustrating to interact with. We did roll our next crop that we're going to be doing after the sugarcane, because our sugarcane, I'm considering we have satisfied that we're doing it. I've got a field that's big enough. It is running 2 sugar mills, not 1. 2 sugar mills with a tiny little bit extra that we sell as sugarcane for like the entire year. And in April, this in-game year, we are going to be buying a plot of land. We're going to be putting down our rice field, because the next crop we rolled was long grain rice. So the intention is to buy a new land and mostly dedicate all of it, if not pretty close to all of it, to being either 1 or 2 of those long grain rice fields. And then the next thing I would do after that is figure out what production line we're going to do for the rice. And I think the way I'm going to approach that production line figuring out is I will go and like probably roll what the next crop is going to be, because if it's one of those things I can kind of double dip. Oh, how is our stuff? We're out of water. Let's deal with that. But basically, like, yeah, like if I got, say, for example, the next crop was canola, I'd probably get the oil mill. That way you could use the rice to make rice oil, and then when we get the canola, we can use the canola to get canola oil. Does the game seem slightly loud to you today? Because it could just be like, you know, normally I have headsets and I'm doing stuff all day and there's noise all around me, and today was not one of those days. So it could just be a little louder than yesterday. It feels that way. Let me go ahead and I'll go tweak things in just a second. I'm just gonna go to my system sound itself. Stop pinging at me, I'm just lowering volume. Come on, man. Not bad loud, just louder. Yeah. No, the reason I want to bring it down is like, this is one of the louder vehicles that we've been dealing with on our farm. But it's like, for example, I'm doing the harvester, every once in a while I go to take the tractor with the trailer underneath the arm for the output, the pipe. And sometimes the camera zooms in and it can get a little on the loud side when that kind of thing happens. So for something like this, I want to be like, okay, this should be not loud, this vehicle, because there's a couple things that are a little bit louder, but I wanted to kind of knock that down. I didn't change any settings, but you never know what Windows or various system drivers are going to do. You have a RimWorld question? Absolutely go for it. Most likely I'll be able to answer as long as it's not a mod. Or like something of like extreme technical detail. But yeah, I could probably answer most RimWorld questions. I definitely have the time in the game. Yeah, this was Harvest Day. Let's see, will end tables count when a diagonal... Will end tables count when they are diagonal to the head of the bed? Ooh, I think they do. I believe they do, because I know they count if they're at the end of the bed. I haven't checked diagonal, but you might have to test. I think they do. I can't swear to it, but I believe they will. I believe it just checks to see if it's within one tile in all directions. So that would count diagonals. I can't swear to it because I don't think I've ever done it before. Yeah, I think Luxray is right that there is a UI indicator that'll put like a little line of like what beds it's connected to. I don't think there's a mod that is neat or anything. I think that just works. All right. Did I get the fertilizer and all that? Because remember I left off and we had harvested this, obviously. Okay, so we have not fertilized it, and if we haven't fertilized it, it's safe to assume that we haven't weeded it, because they usually do the fertilizer, then the weeds. Yeah, so I believe it works, but you can verify it by just plunking down a bed, and then when you go to place the, end table, it's like a slightly not, like, off-white wine. Not with the end tables, because they're so specific, and it does not count. Okay, so it does not count at a diagonal. Gotcha. That was the reason I was like, I don't want to swear to it, because, like... Gotcha. It's just one of those things I've never bothered to do, because I tend to give my people way too nice of beds that they don't remotely deserve. It's RimWorld. But, I tend to give, like... I mean, okay, with Odyssey, because of how compact everything gets, it's a little tricky. You end up almost always doing it barrack style. But, most of the time when I'm doing my colonies, I get, like, the big ones there. Let's see, I believe you can make a pinwheel shape with 4 beds in. Yeah, you can do the exact same thing with the, medical sensor thing with the hospital bids. Where you can either do a pinwheel where it's in the middle and then all the beds rotate around it. Or you, you kind of have it where they all stick out, where the thing is the middle point. I mean, either way, the thing's the middle points where they stick out straight or they're turned sideways. People come up with really clever ways to, like, minimize space. I usually don't do that well, I mean, I've done that layout in the hospital. I usually don't do that layout specifically. Usually what I'll do is I'll do, like, the medical thing and it'll go along the wall. It's nowhere near as resource or power efficient as, like, taking the time to do all that. But yeah, like, it's one of those things, I almost always make the space for it. But at the same time, with Odyssey, that's actually one of the things that Odyssey causes, is with Odyssey, you do have to sit there and be like, okay, no, really, I am actually going to have to be a lot more conscious about my space. That space is a premium. Are you both lime? Is that what's going on here? You are lime. You are lime. Let's have lime scattered everywhere from the looks of it. I'm just trying to grab any fertilizer first before I buy any more. That is kicking the fertilizer back out. Okay. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that, like, usually in RimWorld you don't have to be very micro. Like, sometimes you do. Like, the pollution challenge, you can be a little bit min-maxy on your... Well, not min-maxy. That's implying the wrong thing. You can be a little bit sensitive about your space to manage that, because the pollution challenge, you know, you usually get, like, a little chunk of rock to shove your home in. But even now, and because you can claim more space and not too horrible a thing, like... Yeah, you have kind of a scuffed dining room and barracks at the beginning, but once you get past that, like, very beginning of the game, to the point you're worried about, like, end tables and health monitors and all that, you've clawed up enough space. Even with Odyssey, I find, like, yeah, your very first iteration of your ship, people are packed in like sardines. But once you get, like, 1 or 2 of the expansion cores, then usually you've got enough space where even if they're a barracks, it's at least not, like, claustrophobic. And then very genuinely, it's kind of fun to have, like, the Odyssey spaceship where you've got your cores and everything, and everyone has their own private bedrooms and all that, and there's still space to work with, like... Because genuinely, when you get all your cores in Odyssey, like, the space base, it's not going to be as roomy as a ground base, because the ground base has no limits beyond just what you can handle keeping alive with wealth and all that. But, the space, like, the amount, like, the size you can make the ship is actually fairly generous. It's not till you start pushing into, like, the upper teens to 20s. They're like, okay, giving all these people their own bedroom is going to be non-viable because of the sheer number. Because I've definitely run into that one. It's kind of one of those things in RimWorld. It's easier now than it used to be. Like when RimWorld first came out to like during the royalty era, they definitely made it it definitely is one of those things that you start getting a certain number of colonists, and I find it not as fun because you don't feel as invested on the individual colonists because there's just too many to be invested on. But like once you get to a certain size, it can start making the colony less fun to deal with because you kind of just have to let go and not manage a lot of it, and just kind of be like, yeah, it's gonna work out if it's gonna work out. And then also, it's just one of those things that all RimWorld colonists are high maintenance. Like, they're all high maintenance, if we're being honest. Like, there's some that are certainly higher maintenance, like exponentially higher maintenance than others. But broadly speaking, there's no one in RimWorld who you're like, oh, this is such an easy colonist to deal with. Even the colonists who have nothing going on, they'll still, like, eat without table, or, you know, they'll end up, you know, getting wet or something, and it's not that they'll immediately, like, break or whatever, but there's always a little bit of kind of overseeing things. Not unless you're using mods, because there's mods you can like kind of fully automate your defenses and everything. Because I've seen those runs. They're fascinating to watch. The like the 24/7, you know, idle defense runs and all that, where they have set themselves up where they can defend themselves against raid without even actively being able to play the game, like between traps or whatever else they got going on. They don't have to have the colonists actually intervene. Oh, did I yawn? That doesn't surprise me. I need to do another RimWorld run. It's been a while. Like, I think sometime in the near future, while we're between, like, releases that really heavily align with the channel, or if we just need a break from releases, or whatever, I think maybe we'll just do, like, a straight-up Odyssey run. Like, not one about being like, hey, let's roll the credits as fast as we can kind of thing, but just, like, a straight-up Odyssey run of seeing, like, how... Like, maybe it'll be like a biotech Odyssey run, that the goal is to just, you know, juice up our colonists as much as possible. Kind of shenanigans. Like, not a specific challenge or whatever, just, you know, straight up. Because we had, the one run I ran that we won, I want to say it was, like, at the end we had, it was like 3 or 4 unique chain shotguns or some nonsense. And they were like faster aim, faster reload, faster fire, more damage kind of nonsense, where it's just an enemy would come around the corner, you just hear like sudden, you know, these 4 chain shotguns just all crack off at the same time, and there's only stuff like centipedes who could, you know, survive the opening volley. And I think it had like 2 of the heavy submachine guns. And it was kind of the same thing. I think it had one that was like faster fire rate and more range or something like that. And no, I think the other one might have had the EMP effect. So that was kind of the idea, is it had the EMP effect, so when we'd have the mechs come in, you just had this heavy submachine guns that would just stun again. Oh yeah, no, precision farming changes anything, because the entire idea with precision farming is you're only using as much fertilizer as you need. Whereas, like, normally it's just so incredibly wasteful. There's a reason, like, and it working with this machine makes no sense. It's just mechanically with it. But, like, with the sprayers, where it makes sense that they could, like, turn on and off the nozzles or turn up and down how much they're spraying. Like, there's a reason why, like, farmers will pay a boatload of money to get machines that have those things that, you know, can just use the fertilizer they need, just use the pesticides they need, that kind of stuff. Because that crap's expensive. When you're talking, like, you're doing large fields, and you're talking literally literally tons and tons and thousands of gallons of fertilizer, or if it's solid fertilizer, barrels, I don't know what the units are. But the point is, just high volumes of this stuff. And if I'm not, like, from my understanding, when it comes to farming, your primary expense, if you're not talking like a little farm, is labor, and then your next highest expense is fertilizer. And so if you can cut down that fertilizer 20%, that's taking 20% down your second biggest expense. And it could be the top one. I'm not a farmer. I don't know these things. I just know that fertilizer is tremendously high and that labor's... I mean, to be fair, labor's tremendously high in almost every industry. That's just the nature of it. You need people to do the work. And people ain't cheap. People are also your most important asset, but they're also one of your most expensive assets. That tractor can haul? Yeah. No, that's, generally speaking with the regular tractors, I tend to go after the tractors that go fast. We got this one just because it was on sale. Because this is the New Holland that we caught on sale. And it made the comment I tend to like, I believe it's the Fendt. Because a lot of the Fendt tractors will be a bit faster than the other ones. Not all of them. But like it'll be something like you'll have the one tractor will be 24 or 21 miles per hour, and then you'll have the Fendt version will be like 27. And is your top speed important in a farming situation? No. Is it because I'm an absolute speed demon who needs to race everywhere? No. But, counter argument, 24 miles per hour is pretty slow. Okay, and once we get this, the next major date is April, which works out. And it works out for a couple of reasons. April works out because that's also when I double-checked this field. But April also works out because that's when I'm going to be planting my rice. And so April is the month that we get the rice down. So I think the plan will be probably March. That when we hit March, if I do not have the seeder, we will buy the land, get everything done, because I'll be able to do that, and then it'd be like the very beginning of April, we would buy the seeder if I don't already have it. But basically, prep the field in March, so that April I just have to jump in, seed the field. And then I gotta remind myself, I believe you actually get a highlight in the game for like the long grain rice when you're doing the rice, where it's like you need to flood the field kind of thing. Like it doesn't make you guesswork that. They have an entire thing in the guide that tells you when to do each one. Like the regular rice is easy because you fill it, you basically fill the thing up, you put down the rice, and I think it is you fill it like again or whatever, and then you're good or whatever. Where the long grain rice, you plant it, and then I think you fill it second. The one interesting thing you're going to run into as a thing is the flooding the field is like a timer. You hit a button and it takes a minute. It's not very long. It's not like you have to take a minute and, you know, shoot the breeze for 30 minutes while we wait for the field to flood. Like, we'll be able to go, you know, get the field flooded and go work on something, like start the pumps and go work on something else. Like, what that might actually become is for, like, topping off our water and everything. That might be what we end up doing is we, you know, plant the field, we go the next month, we flood the field, and then we top off the water for the greenhouse in the meantime. Those kind of things. Did that playlist stop? What's going on with my music? We had some Hard Space Shipbreaker music going. Now I hear nothing. Yep, and I hear nothing because nothing's playing. Should be playing now. I may need to turn it up because I turned down the system. Well, no, that shouldn't affect that. Try around there. Because Hard Space Shipbreaker has excellent music. For anyone who's never played Hard Space Shipbreaker, if like 0G kind of games don't bother you, it is a fantastic game. The premise of the game is you are a shipbreaker. So in real life we have shipbreakers for naval ships. It's a very dangerous job. Because a lot of those things aren't designed to come apart. But they have to be broken down, like we're talking big naval vessels. So Hard Space Shipbreaker is spaceships. And the general premise is you are a ship salvager. You are indebted to this company, Lynx Corp, to work on this very company town-esque. And the gameplay loop is you go into these ships, and the earlier ones, they don't have much of the way of danger, so you just start cutting away the support points to pull off panels and like throw them into various things. But because it's 0G, you kind of like whip them with this thing, like sling them into it and all that. It's a lot of fun. But as the game goes on, they start introducing, it's like, okay, well, this ship's got atmosphere in it. So you got to figure out how to like get rid of the atmosphere so it doesn't explosively decompress as you start to take it apart. Oh, this one's got fuel lines. I got to figure out how to remove the fuel lines and drain them so they don't explode when you go to cut things apart. Then I have like electrical, and you get the idea. They'll add extra mechanics to add a couple different layers of depth and all that. And none of it's like not a puzzle game, because you don't want to overstate it. It's not like there's a solution to a place. But it's more so you go into it and you're like, all right, I want to take apart the ship. This, and this are dangerous. So how can I get around this danger, or, you know, mitigate the danger, that kind of thing. And sometimes it can be straightforward. It's like, oh, I just go over here and I pull this lever to drain the fuel line. We're good to go. Other times it's like, okay, well, this fuel line wraps around this reactor, so I can't remove the fuel line safely while the reactor's in place, because if I do, you know, I might trip the reactor. Okay, well, I can't remove the reactor because the fuel line's in place. Like, how can I finagle this and solve this problem? And again, it's not puzzle game-esque where it's like there is a solution that you have to do A, then B, then C. It can sometimes be, it's like, okay, well, what we can do is just very, very aggressively yoink the reactor out of there. Create a certain amount of... It's saying weeds small, but we literally just did the weeds. I also don't really see the weeds. But yeah, it can just be those things. It's like sometimes the solution is just, well, a solution is just grab the reactor and yoink it out. You'll have these big ones that are these big fuel haulers that you have to like cut away where all the fuel tanks attach onto it, break them off, which means you're course cutting right by fuel canisters, and that can be dodgy. But sometimes you can just like very violently rip it apart with explosives, you know, a very volatile way of solving it, and then just kind of hurl everything where it needs to go. You know, a lot more risk and all that. So that's where it's kind of going. Like sometimes with the decompression kind of thing, so you don't have explosive decompression, you'd go through and you'd like go to each room and then cycle the atmosphere until you get like all the airlocks of the whole thing to open it up. And other times you'd be like, okay, or I could just breach the hull, which could be potentially violent and dangerous, but I can do it in such a way that we can vent the atmosphere fast enough that instead of explosively decompressing, it's, you know, kind of like, it's a controlled violent decompression. So I do see that there is at least a couple patches of weeds, so I must have missed a row or two. So let's go fix that. So right now we don't have the new crops in, so the weeds shouldn't hurt anything yet. We might get pretty close to the point of, time to replow this field and redo the sugarcane. Yeah, no, it actually looks like what's going on is all this damage from the hail and the tornadoes and all that we've got over here, where you can see it's all like just kind of torn up everywhere. I think we're just hitting the point that there is enough damage there that it is registering the field as having weeds on it. Yeah, I think that's it. It's just, it's got enough damage over it that, it should be replowed. Do I want to do that? If we replow it, I don't know if it remembers the fertilizer state of it. And that would mean replanting this all in March. Let's keep this one the same. After our next harvest, we're replowing the sugarcane. Your antics in Minecraft had your tears. I'm glad. And hey RJ, thank you so much for the 70 stream streak. No, I had fun with that. I was definitely doing a lot of sass and Drongo. It was very much a good time. And for the record, where my campaign thing was, you know, vote for Rual, he lives in a skull. I do have a stone skull lair it's not done. I had like maybe an hour on the server before the whole election thing went down. So I had this like really rough, it was just cobblestone skull in the mountains overlooking the village with torches in the mouth for fire. So I did legitimately have a skull lair. You know, perfect for sheriff. What else would you want your sheriff? If my sheriff in my area lived in a giant mountain-high skull fortress, I clearly would not have to question their that they would address crime or not. They would address it by being it, but you know, that's a separate issue. I also did very much like I didn't see any crime, and I intend to keep it that way. Alright, so you got that all fine. Okay. So let's double check things before I accidentally skip too many months. Long grain rice, April. So we plant the long grain rice in April. That was a genius line. I know, like, I wish I knew what to reference for it. I know I heard that someplace else, like maybe Sam and Max or something, like back in the day. Like, it came from somewhere. I just don't know where. Like, it's lost in the vault. Wherever it came from, it's like lost to time. Alright. So, it is time. So we were going to buy tile 38. And the next month in-game is when we actually plant the rice. So the rice is a bit of a weird one. When you're doing the rice, I believe, was it farmland you go with? No, that's to buy the tiles. Thing is under construction. And then somewhere in here, that's the aquaculture, so that's for fish. That's generators, cultivation, right. So rice field. So we want to make a rice field. So what I need to do is figure out roughly where are my limits. I see. So that's going to change the orientation I'm going to want to go with. Okay. What does flattening failed mean here? Okay. That's one field. That's probably going to be the only field. Okay, so that'll give me room. So that's our field. Okay, we might need to do a little bit of terraforming here. It's a little bit of a steep slope for dealing with our stuff in. Mildly steep slope to be dealing with there. Yep, so when we have the rice in here, we'd walk over to this thing. Okay, so I'd actually planned for the rice field to be bigger than this. We didn't quite get what I wanted out of that. That should be okay. And I think the plan would then probably be I'll end up needing to acquire that next tile down the hill after we start getting this going. So acquire this one and put a second rice field here so we could drive down in the middle. Now, that said, we're gonna have tricks with that one because, I need to flatten it out more. But I'm also, like, right on the fence of not being able to afford the cedar. Let alone the seeds and all that kind of stuff. So rather than fix the terrain now, I think we choose to ignore it and pretend it's okay. Go to next month, see what we're looking at money-wise. And if we gotta drop some sugar, we drop some sugar. Because then April is planting month. They'll probably end up needing to, like, drop a load of sugar or something like that. Which does mean we won't be getting our full value. Alright. I was hoping it'd show up. It's fine. So, the cedar we're looking at was down here somewhere. I think it was this one. Yeah, because it's fertilizer. It does that. It does both the fertilizer and the seeds, and it's 12 meters wide. So it's 195. So we are technically short. So what we're going to go ahead and do here is first take a quick look to see how our... Yeah, so our sugarcane's doing fine. How bad am I going to screw myself in these sugar prices, by the way? I'm still doing it. But I want to know how much it's going to hurt. Oh, that's pretty awful. I mean, actually, okay, so that's 490. It's still pretty bad. I'm still definitely losing a chunk of money versus what I could be making. But the problem is if I don't get the field up and running, it'd be basically trying to make a couple extra $1,000 from a load of sugar at the cost of potentially tens of thousands of dollars of rice. So we're gonna go ahead and do this. All right. There's no way you're empty. So let's sell this and then see if that's enough to get our cedar. And like I said, I do need to do the terraforming, so like where that's all flattened out, this giant high plateau. I am going to need to see what I can do to like taper that off so you can actually drive up there reasonably and whatnot. As it stands, we're gonna have to go all the way to the western edge and then drive around onto it, which is fine. But definitely not ideal. Okay, so that should be the 20,000 or so. So cedars, customize. None of the rest of this matters that much. We'll wait till we get over there. We'll deal with that in a moment. Because I did see there's one that is a cedar planter combo, one machine that does it. But it was unclear if it's direct drill or not. Like, it doesn't say it is, but it's also text is so long that it could just be there wasn't room for it to say it. Okay, so cedars. Yeah, so we've got this one here, which doesn't mention the direct drill, but it does basically everything, which is pretty slick. It is definitely cheaper. It is 6 meters wide. I just really wish it was clear on whether that was direct drill or not. Whereas we're looking at the horse here, which is 12 meters wide, but it specifically does mention it's direct drill. So that's fine. Cedar unit design 1 or 2 doesn't do anything, I don't think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just aesthetics. Alright, so we're getting a thing where it's got its higher seed capacity. Oh no, you're good, Bassett. Alright, that's 300 horsepower. 200,000. And that is the last thing I needed to be able to do this. You can chain a cultivator onto that big one? Gotcha. Let's double check what that has. Oh, right, because it's something like you get this one. That's increased capacity. Yeah, I don't see the hookup for this one. Oh, it's probably the cultivator goes in the front. You might be thinking... Yeah, I think you're thinking this one. The really, really big one. The Seahawk. Alright, Bassett, you take it easy. Either way. Actually, let's go... Well, that's fine. I can just keep its fertilizer in there. Alright, and now I need to go in here to seeds. And by that I mean not go over here to seeds. I gotta sell a second round of sugar. Which I kind of figure is gonna have to sell 2 or 3 rounds of sugar. So basically we're giving up a lot of our sugar to get this rice going. But that's fine. It ends up happening when you're close. The important thing is that we get enough sugar out of it to make up, or enough rice out to make up for the sugar spend. Okay. And probably what you want to do here long term for making the farm look good is I would take that field we made up here, I'd clean up those edges to not be quite so cursed, and then the steeper edges I'd probably use something like rocks or whatever to kind of hide that it's so steep. Make it look like there's genuinely like a natural ledge there or whatever. You see that on a bunch of the official maps, like the one they have that's East Asia, where they've got their rice fields. They kind of like go out onto a platform, and then there's like rocks around the outside of it. Do basically the exact same thing. We're not going to worry about that right now. It is one of those things that when you start getting into putting all of those individual pieces, then you can get lost in that for hours. And if you get way too overboard, it can actually start impacting performance. You get just way too many objects. Okay, so you needed seeds. And you'll also need fertilizer. Okay, so officially at the point I've got too much junk over here where the shop is. I'm also realizing I probably have to survey the field, don't I? Let's survey the field first. Okay. Because we'll do our survey of the field, figure out what soils we're dealing with. And all I care about for this is you have to do this for a lot of your other stuff to work, right, with precision farming. You don't have to actually consciously think about it, be like, oh no, it's loamy soil. Well, I'll have to do X, Y, Z. It's like, nah, it's fine. It just means maybe I use a little more or less fertilizer or whatever. Okay. It is interesting with the flooding fields. It's mechanically out of us to work. You have to just do that. And that it kind of cultivates it or whatever. So it kind of lets you the first time kind of skip that whole process. All right. I think I definitely prefer doing the short rice over the long grain. The long grain's probably the easier one to do and all that. I don't know, or something about like just the regular rice. You know, getting the special machinery for doing it, even if it is like genuinely slower than the long grain rice, like it's not as good. To me, it's just a much more interesting thing because of how different it is from a lot of the other crops. With the long grain, it does have the flood phase that does make it a little different, but that's kind of all it is. It's just you put down this field and you treat it like you're one of the regular grains and you just hit a button every so often to flood the field. It's not bad. It's not like poorly implemented or anything. It's just the nature of the beast is it's a little relatively close to what we already got. Oh, and I need to send this off for survey. And in just a minute, we'll get the results to see what our soil situation is. Alright, let's do a quick run over there and just check. Like, it's probably going to need fertilizer, it's probably going to need lime, but get an idea what we're looking at. That's the reason I sold that extra stack of sugar without like trying to like get the exact amount. Is I figure there's going to be a lot of ancillary stuff I'm going to need. So the pH is bad. Like bad. And the nitrogen's also not great. Alright, let's get all the lime loaded up. Because I do know the cedar also does fertilizer, so I should just have to do the lime. I think I got 2 more I kept forgetting about over here for the lime. Oh, 3 more actually. Now you can take all this lime, we can run over there and get that sorted. Get our rice started. And at some point I'm gonna have to get like a warehouse to start throwing our equipment in and all that. That's honestly what I could do with this tile, is this tile over here with that that building on it. That what I could actually see doing here is maybe that'll be the next tile we buy. That I buy the tile, we can toss like, you know, whatever I'm gonna use with the rice for processing the rice, these kind of things. I could put like an actual home like where that is, even if like whether I build a genuine house or just, you know, a Mimi trailer slash whatever. Go ahead. Let's Be a little rough because of that giant lip I'm not fixing right now. Okay, so this will fix the lime. That's also one of the comparisons of like real life versus the game. You know, in real life, as wet as this field is, you would not want to be moving heavy equipment through this field if you absolutely did not have to. It'd be playing like SnowRunner where you just bog down into the mud and then your tractor's stuck and you're like, well, that lives here now. At least until the ground's not so wet. Okay, and with this, I'm not going to be able to just drive off the edge and do it. Alright. It's actually looking like it's a relatively consistent field so far as the soil types and all that, so that's not too bad. Sorry about that. It's chewier than I thought it would be. That does make me think about SnowRunner. And like SnowRunner has like multiple missions where you go to like farms and they'll have like the farmer's truck or the farmer's tractor will be just stuck in the mud. You have to get your big heavy truck to try and pull it out of the mud where it's dumped, you know, like just sunk in real bad. Because in that one it's, you know, genuine flood situations of like a dam broke and flooded the whole area. So not talking like, oh, the farmer, it's not that they went out on a little bit of a rainy day and got stuck. It's like, oh no, the river and the farm became one and the tractor was out there and, you know, just sank right in. I was trying to also think, it's like, okay, so as a farm, we do long grain rice and sugar. That is our production line, which of course means we absolutely must combine these. So either one, in real life, you'd be making some type of like, I don't know what you'd do, because like, if you're talking about in real life, you'd be making like, maybe rum with the sugar cane and then sake with the rice. But I can't think of a single drink that has ever existed where you'd put rum and sake together. Those do not sound like they could go together. And it's like, okay, well, what if we took it as like their actual things? Like candied rice, as far as I'm aware, is not a thing. And honestly, it sounds like it's not a thing with good reason. I like rice, and I like some candied things. Candied rice does not sound like the jam. And it's trying to think of like sweet rice dishes, and I know they exist. Mochi? Oh, is mochi rice? I never actually thought about that. Toom loves mochi. I don't end up getting it because it's usually on the sweet side. Gotcha. Okay, so we can just hand wave that we're making mochi. They just released sake production on the mod hub. Oh yeah. Tiny grained rice? Alright, so we're making the wrong rice. So we're just making bad mochi. Rice pudding, maybe? Rice pudding? I could see that. Is a horchata sweet rice drink? I thought a horchata. I thought that had milk in it. I mean, maybe it has rice and milk in it, so we're both right. Toom also likes horchata. I've had it. It's not bad. I'm just not much of a sweet person a lot of times, so. Milk as well? Yeah, no, because that was the one that always got me. I was like, oh yeah, no, it's definitely milk. I don't have a problem with milk. I don't drink much of it nowadays, but, you know, it's milk. Pretty benign in there. For us, we tended to use milk for cooking. A lot of baking requires milk. Or some substitute to fill thing. Oh yeah, I guess you can get like caramel rice cakes. I tend to be much more into the like white cheddar, salted or whatever rice cakes, but they do make caramel rice cakes. And if I'm not mistaken, all caramel is basically cooked sugar, just cooked in a specific way. Alright, so we limed the field. Now I go over here and grab you. Get you all loaded up seeds-wise. And get you set to our long grain rice. $3,360 liters is a strangely specific amount of seeds this thing carries. Like a very not satisfyingly rounded number. Okay. And let's get our rice planted. If my rice farm doesn't have lime, can you have lemon instead? Only if you're on the warmer end of temperate to tropical climates. Otherwise that's just right out. You're just not going to be growing citrus that far out there. That ridge on the edge is just causing me grief. It's in a rice field. There you go. Yeah, so we're officially getting our long grain rice planted. Yeah, I have to double check because most likely I'm going to need to take the weeder through this because I don't think it'll count as plowed for the first one. And looking at this one, where some of these have a built-in weeder, this one very much does not look like it is one of those. The ones with the built-in weeder, they usually have like all these little tangs that kind of stick back a ways. This one definitely looks like it's just straight up a cedar, no frills. I mean, I say it's direct drilling, which is its own frill in its own right. Okay. But yeah, we clean up the edges of the farm, you know, after we do the harvest or whatever. It should make it so I at least have a couple of spots I can get up onto the platform. Like, if I could at least make it look artificial. It's like right now where it's just kind of this weird, steep ledge. If I could go and make it so it's like concrete on the end or like stone brick on the edge, where it looks like it's a retaining wall or whatever, it'd be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. You know, they just put up a big old retaining wall, filled it up with soil, and, you know, there you go. Those spots to clean up after that. Alright. Struggling a little here, which is interesting because this should be a flat field. Like, the area around it, we've gotten all, like, mountainous and ridiculous, but this should be, you know, basically flat. That's kind of the whole reason why it is all elevated, is because you have to flood it. It flattens it out so you have to flood it, or so that you can flood it. Yeah, so I think what I want to do is I'll leave this side being steep, but kind of in those corners by that trailer and over there, I might take those corners and kind of make a ramp down on either side, you know, and then smooth it out to like go into the rest of the hill. I might need to own that trailer's landing before I can do it properly, but gets that set up. And then maybe what I can do is not actually change this terrain, but go into the painting tool and paint it concrete. And so paint the edges of the field like it's a concrete barrier kind of thing. You are really struggling on this one. I'm wondering if it's done the thing. Once in a while you'll have a situation, usually with when you're hauling stuff, not like this, but you'll go to haul something that's a bit on the outside of what your tractor can really handle, and you'll go to haul it and it'll try and switch up a gear, and then that'll be just too much for it, and it'll try and switch down a gear, and then, you know, you start picking up speed and it'll try and switch up a gear, and you get kind of this weird situation where it keeps switching and struggling. But sometimes they're in that same kind of range, it'll kind of get to a higher gear where it doesn't really have the torque to do it right, but it's not slowing down enough to bring it down a gear again. And you can get to where you're moving really slowly in that gear because it just doesn't have quite enough torque while in that higher gear to run things correctly. Like I said, I usually mostly ran into that when I'm taking, you know, some saddle, like 30 horsepower tractor, and I'm putting like that big flatbed behind it and trying to drag, you know, multiple metric tons of goods on this poor little tractor as it's trying its very best. Yeah, so I'm thinking we, like, you know, just ramp this up a little on this corner. When I say the corner, like maybe twice as wide as the row ahead of us. And then smooth that all out into like a little hill. And then just clean up kind of the edge up here going into this forested area. Okay. Man, we'll just have to clean up that one spot on both of these corners over here where I had a little gap because of how long that cedar tractor is. The game doesn't create flat crop fields this large by default. No, so when you make your fields normally, they roll with the hill. They follow the terrain. So if you have like a big sloped hill, you'll have the farm on the sloped hill. So you have like your rows of cotton going on there or whatever. So it does conform. It's only flattening this hill, or it's only flattening this because we were planting rice. And rice requires you to flood the field as part of its growing process, which means it does need to be flat so you can like raise the water level, where if it's sloped, you know, obviously it wouldn't fill up. And they don't do like the full simulation of water volumetrically and everything, because there's not, like, it wouldn't make sense to put the investment in, because water is a very challenging thing in a lot of games. So let alone doing something where it wouldn't really matter. But the idea is your rice fields have to be pretty flat. But all you have to do is you just kind of draw the box, and it flattens out what's in the box in the tool you make your rice fields. Because rice fields are a special thing. They follow slightly different rules. You can get some ridiculously large fields. There's definitely fields larger than this one in the game by default. But keep in mind, again, this is a modded map, that the whole kind of gimmick, or whatever you want to go with behind it, is that you do ultimately kind of make your farm from scratch, designing your own fields and everything, where outside the modded map, broadly speaking, most of the maps will already have most of the fields you're already going to be using. Like, you'll just buy a field and use what's already there. You can do it. It's interesting that it seems to be struggling a bit this way. Now granted, the cedar I got requires 300 horsepower, and I'm only a little tiny above 300. So it does make sense that sometimes it'll struggle, because sure, I have the horsepower to run it, but then I'm also going uphill or doing whatever. But yeah, no, like, we look at the map, I can't show any examples because this map doesn't have them. Like, where we see these littler fields the game starts with, I would say it's pretty normal for some of the bigger maps to have field that take up, like, from all the way to this corner on 4, like, wrap around that road to the bottom of 3, and then, like, come over here and make, like, a whole big area like this as one giant field. The game does that, but most maps you'll go to, they'll have, like, you know, 3, 4, or 5 really big fields, a couple kind of in between, a handful of them that are relatively, you know, really kind of tiny fields that'd be like we're again comparing against my sizes here. Let's change that so you can actually see it. Yeah, you'd have fields that are around the size of like number 3 or number 5. You'll see a couple of those on a map where they're relatively small fields. And part of the reason they do that is when you're starting the game out, you don't have a whole lot of money, you need to buy a field or whatever. You can go buy that field. It's going to be fairly cheap and all that stuff. Isn't it fairly tedious to do stuff on huge fields? It can be, depending on what you're doing. Like, some of the crops have like these really wide diameter machinery and all that, and doing it. Sure, it'll take a little time, but the progress is very visibly going, which kind of prevents it from having a tedious feeling, because you can have like a lot of visual progress. But then on the other hand, you have something that is very slow. Like, for example, one of the types of crops that a lot of people don't like are the root crops. So like carrots, parsnips, stuff like that. Red beets, those kind of things. Potatoes. And a big part of that is because the harvesters have a very small header to them, so they do a very small width at a time, that some of those can be really rough to do on a big field. Because, like, for example, if you have one and your header's only like 1.5 meters wide or 2 meters wide, and you've got this field that's, you know, 30, 40, 50 acres or whatever, it's just a very, very slow thing to get the field done because of how small the harvester is. But that's why when you're using those crops, you'll tend to have smaller fields you'll do. Whereas when you're doing something like wheat or sorghum or whatever, where you can get these things are like 27 meters wide, where you can knock out a really large field in just a couple of passes or whatever, then it doesn't have a chance to get tedious because you get like the whole field done in 5, 10, 15 minutes and you're just good. It's kind of one of those things like, if you're going to play a game like this, and you're kind of like, oh, wouldn't it be tedious to, you know, do this process farming? That's kind of the core game loop of the game, is to do the farming. Now, like I said, there's definitely crops that the progress is very unsatisfying because of how slow it is, and that's certainly something said. But like, if the driving back and forth and doing the different field stuff and all that just doesn't hold your attention, keep you interested, whatever, it can just not be the game for you. There's definitely games that, you know, there are games I recognize that are extremely good games that I have no interest in playing. Like, they're very good games, but, you know, I'm just not the right audience for it. And that's true, like, of games like Farm Sim and American Truck Simulator. There are people who want their first-person shooter, their sports game, their 4X strategy game, whatever. And then a game like American Truck Simulator or Farm Sim is just not... They're just not going to have a good time with it. It's just not the pacing they're looking for. And I would actually say that I think in reality, most consumers, when it comes to games, it's not that they have a one specific pacing or genre or whatever. It's kind of like they'll have a tendency to play this type of game, or if they're in like this other mood, they might play this other type of game. That you'll probably be like, oh, you know, it's been a good day, let's jump into my first-person shooter or whatever, do some competitive laps or whatever, do some ranks, whatever. But then you had like a really rough day, you're like, man, I'm tired, I just want to go ahead and veg, let me do some American Truck Simulator, just drive down the road, not have to focus on it and get all sweaty. Even a game like RimWorld, you can play entirely different, where some days you want to do the sweaty, try-hard, challenging runs where you're going to have to be very careful about every decision you make and really, really put in the effort. And then other times be like, nah, man, we're putting this on peaceful. I'm gonna make a pretty base. So this might be a thing that we'll end up wanting to get a bigger tractor for, because this is struggling a bit. I can't remember if this is supposed to be going at about 6 miles per hour or 12 miles per hour. I think it's 6. But you can see we're going down to like 4 and 5 and hopping around there. Where we're definitely going to want to have something that can actually hold these 6, because that means it's taking, you know, 30%, 40% longer than it needs to because the tractor's struggling a little bit. I still think it's a good thing that we got this. It's one of the larger ones that auto drill. And the reason why I wanted the auto drill is, while they don't go quite as wide as the ones that don't, it means they don't have to cultivate at all. So like next time when we finish planting the stuff, I'll just immediately jump on this thing. And the only things I have to do is I seed, and then we follow up the seeding by weeding, and then we're done. Versus if I didn't have it, I'd have to cultivate, then seed, then weed, potentially fertilize as well, whereas this thing has a fertilizer built in. Okay, so it's 8 miles per hour. This is actually going at speed. Alright, the thing I wanted to double check is long grain rice. Alright. Flood the field for about 2 months before it has to be dry for the 3rd growth stage. So I'm assuming what's going to have me do is plant this, and then I might have to, I don't know if I flood it this month or not, but then I'm guessing I flood it the next month and the month after, and then after that I don't need to flood it, because that's just how you grow rice typically, is you do flood the field. It also doesn't help that it's raining, and that does affect like your traction and all that in the game. Like, they don't have the concept of like SnowRunner where you dig in, your tires start spinning and all that kind of stuff. Not quite that depth of simulation, but it is a thing where it'll make it a little bit harder to use some of your tools and all that. It doesn't do anything very significant, like it doesn't increase the damage your tools take, or, you know, you don't have a chance of like having, you know, problems with your mowers and all that. But it does do a thing where like your traction's not as good in the sense that it's effectively robbing you of a bit of horsepower. Gonna check that again. All right. It's sown in the spring, while the field has not been flooded. This rice slightly longer growth phase than wet planted rice, also produces lower yield. Yeah, it's fine. It's lower yield per acre, but it's the catch is when you're doing the regular rice versus the long grain, which is what we're doing. The regular rice, the tools you use to both harvest and plant it are far more restricted. You have to have certain tools designed for working in the water. And as a result of that, they tend to be smaller. So while you get a higher yield, they take more labor to do. Because like this thing here that I'm using now is I think like twice the size of the seeder that you can use with the regular rice. All right. And again, our seeder all put away. And then let's grab our hoe to make sure the weeds don't come in. And then I also want to check... Oh. Once again, I pulled up the wrong side. But what we'll want to check is... I'm not sure exactly when I need to flood the long grain rice. Regular rice, I know it's you flood it, you plant the rice, and I believe you flood it as either for the next month or the two months afterwards. But then when you get to harvest time, you don't have it flooded at that point. It does make me wonder, actually. I might not actually have to weed this, because that's the whole point of flooding the field, is it's supposed to keep pests and weeds down in real life. And I know the regular rice, when you flood the field, it doesn't require it. Alright. When growing rice, it is important to note that the field may remain flooded for a certain period of time. If the water remains for too long, the number of rice plants will die. It should only be flooded when the first green sprouts have emerged. Okay. So, basically... all of that's perfect. Yeah, so I don't know about weeding this one or not, like, if you need it. We'll do it anyways. Because if I remember correctly, what should happen is I actually have minor weeds next day. You know what? These are the kind of things I wish were a little bit clear, that instead of seeing up here, you would see in the UI, and this will show when you already have weeds. But it won't show you, like, before they start taking the time to propagate. No, I'm gonna have to test this. We're gonna have to test this. And the reason I'm saying we're gonna have to test this is otherwise I'm gonna go through and I'll keep doing this thinking I might need to do it and not being sure. So we're gonna go ahead and not weed the field. I'll leave the tractor there for now. I'm just waiting for that thing to go on sale today. It's fine. Okay. And then you should all be good over here. But then my expectation is the next in-game day. Yeah, so this is saying weeds large. And like you can see that they're over here. But it's over here in the damaged parts of the field. So I think it is one of those things that, like, when we go and harvest this in October, we replow that field. Fix the spots that got destroyed by the hail and the tornadoes and all that. Okay, so let's see if the next in-game day, first, if there's weeds there. And then second, if there is weeds there, if I flood it, do they go away? Okay, we do not see weeds here. Now, it does say that I'm supposed to flood it once we have the green rice shoots or whatever going on here. Looks like most of this field is silty clay. Water level's too low. Flood to avoid crop damage. Alright, so let's run down here. And repair our tractor. Alright. So with that, we've got that field going. And I think you'll tell me how long it takes to flood. Yeah, 9%. Alright, so while that field is slowly flooding, what we can do now is let's do those little ramps I mentioned. That's windrower. Bunch of cool stuff there, but I won't worry about that. Alright, so we'll go to construction. Dig here. Can't do a whole lot with that yet. Alright, so in the meantime, we can just go painting, asphalt, concrete. Okay. And is this important? Nope. Am I doing it anyways? Yep. And you can see this is not exactly a precise science. There's a little bit of a scuffness that comes with it. You can do stuff to clean it up, but only so much. We're just gonna paint this up so that the raised part of this looks like it's like deliberately concrete and all that. This doesn't actually matter for like anything functionally in the game. This is purely cosmetic. And if for anything, I'm actually accidentally getting rid of a little bit of my rice here and there, which is arguably negative. So I'm spending a little bit of money to accidentally get rid of a tiny bit of my crops. Yeah, so plan is to basically go carefully along the edges of the top and the bottom here. And I'll just get a bigger brush at that point and just fill in the middle. I won't have to be nearly as careful about that. And these tend to be the things that you should probably save before you start doing, because it's easy to mess things up. Like if I just drag across the field, I'll just have killed a bunch of my crops and I'll have a whole thing. Well, the money's not a big problem. It's a little annoying to like replow it to fix it and all that. How long did I make this field? There's the edge. All right. And you can see the areas where I put ruts in the water, or in the ground, from driving around doing the work. Those are starting to fill up with water. That's part of why I'm doing this, is it does take a little while for this to fill up. So rather than sit around and fast forward time or whatever, it's like, okay, well I said I should probably do this at some point. At some point. Ah, that's kind of bummer. So I don't actually own the edge of the land there. You know, you tried before, but there's a mod that really lets you hold on the modify key to lock on the line. Gotcha. That's cool. I haven't tried it, but yeah. Those are the kind of mods I usually don't have a problem with. I've gotten those kinds of mods with, like, city skylines. So unfortunately on this edge, I did a little bit too close to the edge of the map, or edge of what I own. But I can't quite fix it. In terraforming farm sim? Yes, you can. The tools are okay. They're not great, they're not terrible. But they are there. It can be really finicky to try, like, it's easy to raise or lower. It's kind of like City Skylines. Have you ever tried to do the terraforming in City Skylines? Where it's kind of its own art within itself that you can get it to look nice, but there was just a lot of kind of tinkering, finagling, kind of like getting it in the sweet spot you want it. So right now, because this hill is very, very steep, and I don't really want to go and smooth the hill out the whole way, I'm just kind of going and making it look artificial. I'm covering up with concrete to make it like it's a retaining wall or something. Yeah, site here is not looking nearly as good as the other one. Okay. But that's part of the draw to the Survivor Man challenges. When you're playing on the pre-made maps, like, about the only things that change is, like, where you're going to put your production lines. You might put your production lines different than I put my production lines. Eventually you'll end up needing a bunch of, like, different buildings. You'll, like, go, okay, well, I'm going to take this field, and that's where my barns and tools are going to go, versus someone else might not. I might go in and say, okay, well, these two little fields, you know, I picked them both up because I need a little fields. Well, like, I don't need that little field anymore. I might go and take the time to merge them into one larger field and that kind of thing. But broadly speaking, the vast majority will be pretty close to the same. But with the Survivor Man, your farms are never going to look that much the same. Like, you'll have individual things that people will tend to do, like, maybe there's a space that just kind of looks like a logical place for putting your, you know, your silo might be, like, nearby where a production line is, or you might put a lump or a sawmill near where a forest is, and you tend to see those being repeated patterns. But otherwise, broadly speaking, no two farms look alike because you're just going to approach different problems in different ways. Yeah, that doesn't look bad. Like, I mean, okay, it doesn't look bad in the sense of, yeah, there's a little bit of cursedness here, but that looks like a realistic thing you'd see. You know, it does look bad in the sense of, you know, it's not an attractive thing. I'll fix it when we get to that point. Like, it looks like the kind of thing you would actually see. That for whatever reason they need to level out the area. It was a hilly area, so they kind of just made a concrete retaining wall. It's not meant to be this gorgeous looking thing. It's a retaining wall. Very industrial, very utilitarian. You can make retaining walls that look good. Like, you can do, like, the like, for example, in my back patio at the house here, to build it we had to add a retaining wall. You'll fix it as realistic in real life. Yeah, no, like, where you'd have something like this and there's just a crack in it, but it's not, like, structural. It's just a crack, and so you keep getting all your little plants growing in the crack in it. Yeah, so this side, sadly, it doesn't look like I can fix. Because, I don't own the land over here. We took it right up to the edge. All right. And so we have spent a decent amount of money. By the time we're all done with this, we've probably spent about $2,000 on it. Considering what we're working at, broadly speaking, not too bad. What's a little encroachment between neighbors? I've never run into it here, but I've definitely known people who've had, like, the neighbor builds their fence and they didn't get the property lines right, so, you know, their fence is, like, a foot or two into your property. It's like, okay, am I going to make a big stink of this? You know, have them rip up this fence and replace it and do all that stuff. To gain what's like a foot of my yard back. And it's this whole big mess. It also doesn't help that, I didn't make this a perfect rectangle either. Like this side, it's kind of not a ridge. It's almost like a little gutter or something. Like more of a curb. Okay, it's fine. And now we're back at the point where it's actually starting to elevate again. Okay. We don't own the land over here. We do own a little bit of land here. So what we can do is usually for like, where I'm making roads and all that. Oh, I don't own land that. That's fine. Yeah, so it looks a lot better. Like, it's not perfect, but if we add, like, as we add more stuff in the area, you won't notice quite as bad. But on top of that, with this, I guess 53% is the amount flooded I need. Alright, good enough for me. It's not letting me highlight the flooded more. But yeah, so this actually looks a lot more realistic as well. That you got the area flooding, and because it's got a concrete boundary here. And where that, you know, we can see that's like, you know, the concrete was like chunked out here. You could just assume that this is just, you know, a spot that's gotten worn or whatever. So yeah, that looks pretty good. I like that. Obviously, it's very cursed with like the little nudges up and down. That's because our rice field, again, isn't perfect. But like that's also having a little bit of like the mud from the rice field kind of overlap. Like it looks like the concrete goes down and just the dirt got onto it. Like this to me, this corner here looks kind of natural in the sense that it's not going to be perfectly contained. It's gonna make a little bit of a mess over time. I also like that the concrete they use here is a little scuffed looking. Like it's not a relatively smooth texture concrete. Like this looks like someone poured it just with, you know, some slats to hold it in the right place. It's got a bunch of, like, irregularities on it. It looks good. It's not perfect, but considering the tools, I don't think it's ever going to be perfect. Alright, so we don't have any sales we gotta worry about here. I think the next thing we need to deal with is in July. That July is sugar sell time. So when is our harvest dates? So we harvest the long grain rice in September. Then we harvest the sugar cane in October. Okay, so the thing I want to check now is let's visit back over here. And check our pump. We gotta flood that some more. Because it's 2 months we flood the rice per year. Yeah, and honestly, if I buy that next field down there, I could see making another rice field just like we've got there, so it kind of goes ledge, drop, ledge, drop. It's not plateaus, it's, terrace? Terrace, is that the word I'm looking for? Like, it's got, like, a terrace going on, so you got, like, a terrace here and then a terrace there. Just a platform for our rice. Okay. Another thing, this isn't something we've been talking about today, but, you know, in the past we talked about, like, what would you like in your next version of Farm Sim? One thing I could actually go for, and it's probably something they wouldn't do because, one, I don't think it'd actually be a good use of their time, but, it's also kind of a niche thing that doesn't affect stuff, is I kind of want it that if I drive the same routes, that it wouldn't just, you know, change the texture on the ground, or, I mean, it'd be a texture thing. Like, let's say I kept driving along this field again and again, that it would actually change this grass area, so it would give me, like, 2 areas where it's kind of, like, worn dirt, so that you'd have, like, not that it would terraform and, like, scoop it down or whatever, but it would, like, make paths in the grass to, like, stand out where you're driving through. Hi.
Hey, handsome boy.
Hi, pretty girl.
Is there anything I can get for you?
No, I am growing long rice. And I put the concrete here to make it look like it's real.
I can finish simplex. That's a pump.
Yep.
What about your side?
It's, you're bothered by it not being hooked up to that thing?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, it's just pulling it from the air. It's just the way the game works.
Hi, Telaria Star.
Oh yeah, when you gave me the cheese, it's
Yeah.
like, Luxray was like, did Tomb cut the cheese? And I was like, you know, because you had crumbled it or whatever. It's like,
It's not my fault. That's how I cut.
yeah, no, I was like, okay, if we're being honest, I was like, it's not a big deal. It's like, definitely not the best cut. I thought you just like snapped it.
No, I cut it like long ways, and it was a crumbly cheese, and it just crumbled apart.
It is a very crumbly cheese.
Yeah, it just crumbles. It was yummy though. Although it was supposedly tomato basil flavored. I
noticed.
Okay.
I noticed the basil. I don't notice the tomato.
Yeah, I was like, it just tastes like cheese to me. But
I think it's just this part.
Yeah, maybe.
Like the... Yeah, I think it's just like there's like a crust to it. I think that's just the only thing. It's like a seasoning.
Your pump doesn't make sense. He's upset.
Tomb is very upset about this pump.
Yeah.
Which, for those who don't know what the problem is, you've got an output for the water, and this is the input. There's,
It's not pulling from the ground underneath?
It could be pulling from the ground underneath.
Maybe. So are those valves on it? Because if it's pulling from the ground underneath, it should be going to both outlets, unless those are valves and that one's closed. It doesn't look like a valve, though.
I mean, it's something.
It's something. Yeah, that thing. Is that a valve?
I can't do anything to it. But it looks like a valve. Like, if you look there, there's definitely an elbow here.
Yeah.
It's not a valve I'm familiar with. I mean, the motor is clearly rusted,
That's
so...
a motor. And, you know, in all fairness, that's a pretty good representation of a motor. I have to say. I can see the fan on the end. I can see where the windings go inside of there. That's a pretty good motor. But
I'm just happy I spent like the last 10 minutes putting this concrete along the edge.
oh, that's nice.
It doesn't do anything, but it's like it makes it look authentic because you wouldn't want the pump just sitting in the mud, spraying into the other mud.
No. Yeah, it looks great. But like, if it is pulling from underground,
Yeah, there's lots of those things that you don't think about too much. Yep, and that's my actual farm over there.
I'm thinking of cooking.
Where I...
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how close it is to ready. It's not very far. I'm growing sugarcane.
I can do it in time. Wait, here we go. With the little emoji.
Oh yeah, no, the timing will be totally different for their end.
Well, for me, it's right. Love you.
Love you too.
I love you more.
Oh, right, I was waiting for that to finish. Okay, so... What we can do here is we can stand by here. Alright, well that means we can just work on another project for, like, quote-unquote beautification. That what I can do here... Go construction. So, I can't put the road over here. We did put ourselves a little road over here. What I figure we can do here... So let's not do the gravel. And this wouldn't be precise, because, like, yeah, your tires are a certain spacing, but you wouldn't exactly hit the grooves each time. We don't want to go off that side. And then, like, over here it'd be a lot more like this. Because you'll have been turning on it a bunch. You drag a little bit of the mud up here, too. It wouldn't be perfectly down there. Yeah, because I don't own the land right here, so I don't want to go off the other side. And just the same thing... And make the turn a little bit wider, because again, in real life, you wouldn't exactly follow the same path. So I got a little bit of character there. I mean, go over here to... Oh, it's down here. Fences, lights. So what was the light I used down here? We used the same light. Okay, so you did the 3-ball. Get a little bit of lighting down there. I know I'm going to regret this because it's going to make it hard to look later. Hard to move later, but a couple lights over here. So I got other things that these are all aesthetic, I believe. Well, actually, no, some of these I want to say are functional. Got a bunch of decorations. Is there any decorations we'd actually want? They're not like random garbage. But like signage, stuff like that. That's for like having like a farmer's market kind of thing. They're like this way to stuff. Oh yeah, we can get ourselves a dumpster. Heck yeah, man. Yeah, and as far as farmhouses go, yeah, the farmhouses end up costing a chunk. Functionally, the only thing they do is they let you sleep in them. But I could see it being a thing that, you know, when we buy this tile, like, not necessarily like one like this, but just putting a farmhouse over here to be our actual spot, get rid of the tent. Kind of celebrate that. We just have to choose, like, which style I want to go with. I'm not looking to spend a fortune on it. It's a point to, like, just, you know... It's a point to rest. Because that's the one they have. And that's what I used to do with this map, is I used to put the trailer just vaguely in this area. Didn't bother putting the road there, because this was the cheapest one you could buy. Like, they got the tents later. Those come with the Highlands fishing one. So this was the cheapest, so I'd place that so I had a point there. But yeah, we'll end up deleting that point. It'll give us the money back, and we'll apply that towards the, house. Okay, so you're all flooded. So I don't need to do anything else with that. But yeah, so you can keep going all that. There's also another thing I did on our last Survivor Man challenge, is I did eventually start keeping, like, it was a pickup truck we had used very early in the game, but it wasn't useful anymore. We had gotten better equipment. I used to keep the pickup truck parked right by where we'd sleep. That way I could just hop to the pickup truck and go right inside using tab. One thing we should do... I keep checking them sales. So one thing we should do is, give me 2 seconds to pull it up, is I'm going to quickly show my window here, because we're not done with the long grain rice. To be clear, we're nowhere near done with that. But where we are at with the long grain rice is it's time to decide what is going to be our next crop. And the reason we want to know that now is rice can be used for tons of stuff, whereas my next crop might not be. So if we get something like olives, please don't be olives, but if we get something like olives, I'll want the oil place. If we get something like barley, we'll want the grain mill, or the flour mill. You get the idea here. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to pop over here, we're going to roll the dice, and I have already moved the long grain rice from here. So long grain rice is removed, and sugarcane is removed because we already got, but everything else is here. And we're going to see what it rolls for our next crop. Please be kind. Okay, canola's fine. Canola's fine. I saw it slowing down and I thought it was going to hit olives. I'm like, don't you do that. I mean, it'd be good content for it to immediately turn around and be like, don't be olives. Olives. But I can get behind that. Yeah, no, I was definitely like, don't you dare. It wasn't that close. But yeah. So what we'll end up doing is canola will be next. Oh, and thank you. Yeah, that's from Elite Dangerous is that background. Right, so I need to be getting our sugar sold. Because it's sugar sell day. Yeah, it is. And you're full. Let's go sell our sugar. Yeah, so the next one's canola. And the good news there is I do already have literally everything I need for canola. The only thing I need for canola is a place to put it. So what I think we might do is I'll probably buy the tile in front of me next. We'll put a little bit of a path in between these two. And then this will be canola over on this side. And then I'll figure out where I'm putting my oil mills. Or oil mill, singular. We'll see. Because then what we could do is we could, you know, grab the oil mill, put it down here somewhere, and that will satisfy the long rice by putting it in the oil mill to start making rice oil. And then once that's, you know, going, we can immediately flip over to the canola. I don't have any additional equipment we need to buy, just another chunk of land. You can't be done. You're not done, right? There you go. But just another chunk of land. And with that other chunk of land, we can then turn around and, you know, the canola and the rice can go on to make oil. And I do think at some point we'll probably buy these tiles over here. I probably won't use the fields as they are now. Like, I'd put these two tiles together and that area in the back all the way there. I'll probably make that into one field as we expand the number of crops. You know, honestly, with this run, getting effectively just shy of $1 million pretty early on because of the fishing. That's done a really good job. Because if we hadn't done that, let's say we weren't able to get that multiplier, so every one of the fish we caught was like $200 on the average, and we caught the, what is it, like 100 fish or whatever? Or no, it was 200 fish. That would have been 40,000. So 40,000 actually would have been a scuffed run because I wouldn't have been able to buy a plot of land to do anything. But if we assume that I had a plot of land and $40,000, I probably could have just barely pulled off. I mean, it would have been the greenhouse. We would have gotten the crappy little greenhouse and just enough to haul the water over. And we would have had to run exclusively on that's money until we had enough to start a crop. Because it would be, I think the crappy greenhouse is like $9,000. And then it was something like $12,000, $15,000, something like that to get the to get what I needed to be able to fill it. I knew when I went around that corner at that angle that was going to happen. We're going to try this the more scuff way than actually using the forklift. I'm going to see if we can't just resolve it. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be stuck on this thing and not able to get off. What I might be able to do is sometimes you can just hook up. And snap it back on its wheels. Most likely it's going to snap me down on my side. Because I suspect that's way heavier than the tractor. That is precisely what happened. Yep. I'm wasting time that I shouldn't be wasting doing this. Okay, so reset the tractor, and then I'll pick it up with a forklift. Yeah, and when I came around the corner, it was just very much in that mode. I was like, oh, we're going right off the side. It says, like, there was, like, no question, like, oh, this is done. Either I'm going to get away with this, or I'm not quite going fast enough to roll. But going down that hill... Yeah, like once I own a little bit more over here, what I ought to do is make it so there's an area, like a little lane to go between the buildings or whatever. Don't you do it. Have you tried the tried and true single directional pushing from Space Engineers? Single directional pushing? Do you mean just like when you're trying to move something, you go to one side and just kind of give it a little nudge with the ship to get it moving? I mean, if you mean to like write this over, we tried that the last time. The thing is, the sugar is much heavier than the tractor, because that is a hell of a lot of sugar. Yeah, no, I definitely shoved plenty of things over in Farm Sim. Once you start getting big trailers full of stuff, unless you're deliberately driving really slow or you're just not having to do much in the way of turns, you're gonna roll. Like if we had a semi-truck, I'd get away with quite a bit. Because the... Not like this trailer on it, but like the proper semi-trailer is a little bit wider. Which does help tremendously in reducing the risk of roll. Because I could tell it to sell directly and not get the full value, but just, you know, make it so I don't have to haul the stuff. But kind of like when I think about the things that are entertaining to watch in Farm Sim, the ones that come to mind is, one, going in and dropping off stuff and see money go up. That's certainly one thing that people tend to seem to enjoy. And I feel like harvesting is the other one. Like, even if all the other processes, like going around the field, are kind of equal in time in a lot of cases, the harvesting is just very satisfying by like seeing all the crops disappear. What's the hitch style on the semi? Prevents roll, consider the ring. Yeah. So like this one is just like one little teeny tiny point that's keeping it on so it can rotate and everything. Versus like when you're looking at the semi, like you got like the whole saddle it goes onto. So your actual trailer kind of sits on the semi. Versus what we got here. Alright. Yeah, so going down this part's fine. It's this part where it's starting to turn back up, that if I turn too sharp at the wrong time, we just send it over. I think where I made that dirt worn looks pretty good. I mean, honestly, it feels like what I probably need to do is the middle part, maybe not have the mud, but either make it like worn dirt, or just have it grass, but like get rid of where the grass is grown up, so like repaint it with grass, and then that would prevent the grass from growing in. You know, because you'd have some of that grass would be getting trampled and all that kind of stuff, where even if it was still grassy, it wouldn't be kind of overgrown grass. It'd be kind of wrecked and matted grass and all that stuff. Or like it would be, you know, just not as dense of grass because it's been getting, you know, destroyed periodically as the equipment keeps driving over it again and again. I do like the way that concrete came out. I know I'm just patting myself on the back, but I think that works. It'll look way better once we got some more stuff in front of it, too, because then it won't look, like, so consistent, because there'll be stuff to break up the vision line. Which is honestly, when you're playing games like Planet Coaster and you're trying to make things look nice, or Planet Zoo and you're trying to make things look like, that's just such a big part of it is, you know, making sure to break things up, so even if you are being repetitive, there's just something kind of to break up the repetition. Like, if you make a wall with a window in it, and you're like, oh, that looks good, let's go ahead and repeat it on here. You know, you might repeat 4 of them to make kind of like the hotel side wall or whatever. But then just, like, you know, shoving some paint on it, shoving, like, a little, like, lamp or a little plant, anything to just have it be not quite as uniform, all of that goes a long way. Yeah, it gives you an idea how our money is. We literally bought, you know, the cedar, all the equipment, all that kind of stuff. We're still selling our sugar, and we're still going to have over 100,000 in the bank ready to do our next task, which we did roll canola next. I think to make sure we're following kind of not the rules, but the spirit of how we're doing it, that I actually have to use the long grain rice. I think we will get the oil mill first, and then buy the plot of land for the canola second, so that we're actually doing our production line with the rice before we start pursuing the canola. I feel like in the spirit of how we've had our rules around, you must set up, like, you must do the thing with the crop. So you've taken to when painting concrete in Farm Sim now, if possible, use a second shade of concrete similar or similar color gravel type to really small brush to just add some random patterns. Makes the weathering broken up areas. Yeah, no, I can see that. That would definitely make sense to, like, go over there and just put a couple of types. My intention is what I'm probably going to do is, like, as we add buildings and road along that, honestly, low-key, I could go for having some, like, graffiti spray and just put some, like, spots of graffiti over there, or even, like, not necessarily graffiti, like mural, but, like, just having where you could, like, stamp some piece of, like, where it would be painted. I could see doing that kind of a thing. Like, that big area of concrete, it's getting painted at some point. Whether it's graffiti or a mural or just, you know, you want to put something a little bit more there yourself, like some kind of, like, you know, labeling, like Rice Paddy 2 or whatever, I don't know. I have no idea. Well, I mean, I imagine with farming, it's probably there's not a standard naming convention for, like, what to label your different fields or whatever. But, like, when you're looking at, like, your whole map of the entire large farm, I'm sure they're like, oh yeah, that's Hendrick Field in the corner, or that's... I have no... Like I said, I have no idea what would be considered, like, normal or whatever. Okay, so you're both empty. That's why it's not refilling. It just happened to empty out equal to the one load up. I'm sure there'd be some farms where they have, like, all sorts of, you know, like, cool, like, 80s, 90s action hero names for the farms. You'd probably have some that it's just like, what's that? That's the wheat field. What's that? That's wheat north. What's that? That's wheat south. What's that? That's wheat southeast. We didn't have that when we had the first one. Or even more boring, it's what's that field? 1. What's that field? 2. What's that field? 3. Fair enough. Field 3. I got it. Because you would need some way to refer to it, like with your staff. You're like, all right, guys, Tuesday we're gonna be out in field 3. Gonna be harvesting. I'm gonna need this crew out there. We want to get that done. That way by Friday we're on field 4. You'd need some way to communicate it. We're talking big farms. Because a lot of big farms, it's like, what do you grow here? Wheat. What else do you grow here? No, that's it. Wheat. We have several hundred acres of wheat. Field MacGyver, it makes its own crops, you're not sure how. I like they've done a couple of them. They had a Family Guy with MacGyver where I think it was Peter's like, please save my wife. I've included an envelope, a rubber band, a paper clip, and whatever, and it shows MacGyver and he immediately accidentally shoots the rubber band into his own eye. Like he starts building something like right then, just immediately hurts himself. Like, fun show idea and everything, but like some of the times you watch the stuff they're doing, it's like, nah, man, that doesn't really work. It's fun cinema. It's like not bashing it, but also I don't think you're taking down this entire group because you hollowed out a piece of bamboo. You're gonna need a little bit more than that. That's how it was for a lot of vineyards we work with. Just numbers for the big owners, and the small ones that have named like west of the well, north of the highway. Okay. So we're all good here. We did our sale, so the next day we care about. Yeah, so you're fine here. So the next day that matters on our agenda is, was it September? Yeah, so September. So in 2 months, it's our first round of rice. All right. Before we get into that, what is our actual goal so far as cash money? Because I need something to do with the long rice. So I can... Yeah, you can make... Oh, interesting. Like just the straight up cereal can, or the rice can go in for the cereal factory. But we're looking to probably do the cereal and the canola. Yes, this would be the other one. If we weren't doing like the canola next, the grain mill would be a good choice to make rice flour. Yeah, so we're going to do the oil mill. So 240,000. And I can't put it over here because I don't own this land. And I don't own this land. I don't own this land. So I got a little bit of room I own over here, which could even be the answer to this. Like I could potentially build it like right around here. One or two of them or whatever we need. And put a couple production chains along this area, silos, whatever we need along here. And then, later on we'd make this road come across there. And then the canola be on this side. I think that makes sense. Because the reason I'm facing it this way is I would want the pad, which is facing us right now. I'd want that out where we can get at it with the semi. Whereas on this corner, we got the drop-off point. The drop-off point got a little bit of leniency. And what it could also be is I can also back it off just a little bit more to make room for like the tractor to be able to get in along the back and drop off. And then, on the front. I think that would make sense. More than likely, I'm going to end up needing to buy this because we can take you down here. That give me room for the road to pop through. And it would have like kind of a really long, like triangular-ish canola field. I think that'd work. Regardless, the answer that we wanted for the question was that I need about 240,000. At 240,000, we get our oil production online. And that means more money. All right. So we got August. Want to keep an eye on those sales in case something amazing comes by. All right, and now we're in September. And it's desperately trying to remember the song that's like, when September ends, and I'm just blanking on it in a big way. It's fine. Going to get into the wood chips or logging to clear the next section after you got the canola started? No, so my intention is to leave the forests kind of the way they are. Like, if we run into a problem where there's so individual trees I'll take down. Individual trees are take down. But if we look at the construction here, so like we got this area of trees here, so the idea is I'd do canola. Like, I could see potentially carving a path through for like a road or something, but then I'd want to put that. So I'm trying to leave a lot of the woodland areas in place. Not because of like, oh, the environment or anything else like that, but it makes it more interesting because otherwise your houses or your fields just end up being a big grid. And so having like, oh, there's a lake there that's kind of in the way, well, we just work around it. Oh, there's some trees there, we just work around it. And I understand that like from a, hey, let's approach this and be optimal, that's terrible. Alright, so we got the harvester and the header that we got, which are not designed to go together. But we did a test and they should work. If not, it's going to be a bad time. Let's get them all repaired up. Yeah, because I can see, like, it turns this way. This would go in front of the buildings. We'd have a separate path that go along here. We'd probably make it just wide enough I could take the harvester up here without any issues. Have like a little mud road thing or whatever that goes over here, gravel. And then with that, you'd just turn up here. Alright. And I'm just going to assume that goes right, which is not a safe assumption with how bunched in that is. Now you gotta remember, this harvest of sugarcane we're replowing and replanting. It's got pretty badly damaged by all the hail and tornadoes and all that we've had. And it's just, we're hitting that point where it's no longer, oh, we can just ignore it. It's like a fraction of a percentage of our harvest is getting hurt. We're probably losing a good 5, 6, 7, 8 or so percent of our overall harvest now. So will you handle the pump fine? You did. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and we'll be back here in just a minute. Thank you for tuning in. Okay, and it's giving me the warning that it's almost full, which is not great. I was really hoping it'd actually get around here before it started to fill up. I was a little concerned on that end. Sorry, on that end. That end? That end. On the far left side of me. I was really concerned when I saw that hitting on the upper 30%. I was like, I don't know if it's going to be good the whole way around. The answer is it's not. What I might be able to do, though... I had a cursed idea. So here's a question. So I know I can turn it this way and drive the tractor up. This is the correct decision. But part of me is really curious in Farm Sim what the limitation and how far down I can load up from. Because I've never bothered. Yeah, no, I imagine it probably works, because it probably just does a vertical check and it doesn't really care. Now, I did notice when we set this field up, we were not getting remotely close to the maximum yield from it. So, based on what I saw, I do expect that we could potentially get almost 30-40% more volume out of this. I love how the graphic wasn't even designed with that in question. It just ends above it. The question is, how upright does a trailer have to be? Yeah, like, I mean, the real correct way of dealing with this would have been to, send the harvester going around the field the other way, because then it would have gone down here and it would have filled up around there with the pipe facing the correct direction for me to just go over there and get it. Okay, so it seems like a full load from the harvester is about just a little over a third of this thing. So I should be able to do about 3 roughly full loads before this is done. So it gives you an idea where, for people again who haven't played a lot of Farm Sim, it gives you an idea of the volume difference. Whereas, you know, when we were doing the sugarcane, I was going like, oh my god, this is a very high volume. That we were doing about 2 rows that are about 2 meters wide to completely fill this trailer up with sugarcane. And for context, that's 12 meters wide in front of me. That what we harvested the first pass is about 12 meters wide. So, what filled up about a third of this trailer, we were doing that in significantly less. Because I'm willing to bet if we look at the map, and I'm talking this way, 2 ways. So this is taller than that length. So this is even longer. So this got all the way around to here. And that was about a third of a trailer. To go the whole way around here and being about 6 times as wide. Versus like just this and back at 2 meters was thing. Oh, sorry, the mouse is misaligned. Yeah, sorry. This and back versus going down here, up and around. Yeah, no, it's just a thing with, like, these games when it comes to, like, full screening and all that, that it's so bizarre, because, like, on my screen, the mouse is all fine. But for whatever reason, when you're capturing it, whether it's OBS or something else, sometimes with how games handle full screen, that sometimes the mouse will just be like in a completely different area. And I've gone through before and fixed it, and I don't remember what it takes. But it's going through and changing settings and all that kind of stuff. I need to go look that up. It's just a thing that affects so few games that it's like it comes up and I don't have to worry about it again for like 6 months, because it's not until I play like something like Farm Sim again that we see it again. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the thing. I thought I was running this in full screen windowed. And I'm pretty sure I can't change that during the game. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Farm Sim is one of those ones that we have to exit out to the front screen, change, and then pop back in. We can test that. What I can do is when we finish the harvest here, what I can do is I can try going into the settings real quick, like exit the save, flip to, you know, double check to make sure we're full screen or whatever, full screen windowed, and see all that. Do you have your Revolution UC and the stream out of a different sized canvas? Oh yeah, no, they almost always are. Because like when you look at what you see on the stream, it's pretty limited in how what you can use for your resolution, and have it show. Like, you know, yes, if I'm using the enhanced one, I could do 4K or whatever, but there's no reason for how small that's going to be on your screen. That's just not worth the time or effort. But yeah, no, I think it's on the money with the full screen thing. That would make sense. But we can tinker. I'll just double check it. Like I said, I did fix it before. I don't believe it was a windowed versus full screen thing. I think the last time, it wasn't DLSS, but it was something like that that was trying to do some like post-processing or whatever. That was the thing, and why I turned off the feature. But I think it was like video card side, not game side, that I had to turn that off, and then, you know, it stopped being an issue. I just don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, no, if your aspect ratio is different, that could be a major problem. That won't be your mouse out of place, so that'll be like the stream would look squished. Like either squished this way or this way, depending on, like, you know, are you on an ultra wide screen streaming wide, or are you on like an old school 3x4 or whatever? We gotta go to the other end for when it turns around. I remember long grain rice, if I remember from when I did all my numbers. It was a pretty average crop on the amount of money you made. Like the regular rice, not long grain, was pretty good. But it was kind of just bunched up in there with like wheat and barley and a bunch of those other ones, and how much you made. And this is base crop price, not production lines. But we'll see how it turns out. It'll still be more money. Like, ultimately, it's more money. That's what matters. And it's now farming a new crop that isn't just me doing sugarcane forever. And all the little tufts of there, I think that's that's rice that didn't make it. And that probably just has to do with when we were setting the whole thing up, getting it ready. It's either that or weeds. I think though it is I lost some of the rice just because it's our first harvest, getting everything set up, all that. The shame is, if it wasn't for the sugarcane, I could have this be the extended trailer, which carries like an extra like 20% or so. But because I need this trailer for the sugarcane, it's got to stay short so I can get, well actually, oh yeah, no, it still has to stay short so I can stay under the pipe and the sugarcane. Because the pipe of the sugarcane's not super tall. Now, before I sell this, there is a decision we gotta make. So let's check for the long grain rice, see what the prices are. The long grain rice. What is your price based in a month? If I sell you right now, am I gonna have a bad time? You're literally at your maximum. Never mind. Sell. Sell now. Basically, if it had been like way down, like halfway down or lower, I would have put a silo down there. So it's kind of on the bottom by the corner or whatever, just tuck a silo down there. And that'd be kind of the big spend we get out of that first one. It is Hard Space Shipbreaker. We did RimWorld yesterday, and today we're doing Hard Space Shipbreaker for the soundtrack. Alright, so I would say we're probably getting another 25% of a trailer or so before the field's done. So this is the first batch. We'll see what we get for this. Alright, so it's about not quite 20,000. Good chance when you get the rest of it, we'll be probably seeing it about 25,000 maybe. So nowhere near as much as the sugarcane, which makes sense. The sugarcane is particularly lucrative. But that's also not getting production lines involved, and I did kind of mention that this harvest, we had a couple things going on at the field that's like, hey, you're only going to get like 80% of what you should. And like I said, I think that's because we didn't go through and like do any of the work on the field over again. Kind of just worked really quick, but that's okay. Going into this next one, we can make sure it's all sorted right. And then we don't plant the field again until April. So you just sit here and be what it is. All right. But it gives you an idea with some of these that some of the crops that you get, it can take a long time to pay back your equipment. So we consider the fact that I've probably got, what, $250,000 in the harvester with its header. And then, yeah, like, so the seeder and everything else was being, well, actually, no, the seeder was also for this. So $250,000 in the harvester and its header, and another like 200,000 in the seeder. And we're making, you know, 30,000 a year right now on the rice. Once we get it fixed, probably closer to 45,000. Then, you know, it's still going to take like 5 in-game years plus for it to pay it back without any consideration of gas maintenance or supplies, which of course will cut into that. But the good news is, once you've got it where you've got stuff that I have fully paid off through equipment, all that money just keeps going to getting your new stuff. Actually, that has more than I thought it was. I thought it was only going to be like 20-30%. It looks like we're going to land almost 50%. So that's not as bad. That'll be a bit closer. That'll be 35,000, give or take, between the first load and this load. And that's without consideration of production lines, which we're not doing on the first batch. is making sure it actually emptied itself. Okay. Yeah, so 240,000 we get the oil production, and that'll be our production line for the rice to start with. And I'm sure someone can do the math and figure out like, oh, the oil production's worth this much, this much. Like after you build the building, you can figure out how good it is. But otherwise, you gotta like wiki it and all that to be like, okay, well, because a big piece of information you're missing is how much of your input it requires to get how much of your output. Not in value, but like raw numbers. So like, the sugar cane is for every 2 sugar cane, I get 1 sugar. I don't know why I'm pulling there. But, you know, I have no idea what the ratio is from, like, how much long grain rice does it take to get a unit of oil. And another almost 9,000 bucks. Okay, so with that, we can go ahead and run this over. And then the next in-game month, we do the sugar cane. And that's, like I said, we're gonna be doing some maintenance on there. And actually, for that, you can leave the tractor here. Get the harvester out of here, it's not needed. Honestly, for right now, we'll keep the harvester up here. It only does that field. They've been starting to hit the point where it's complaining about, you know, things not being there. Alright, so you're still basically full. Okay. Check to make sure we don't have a sales we care about. We do not. But yeah, so we'll keep expanding. Eventually what happens as we keep expanding like this is we'll eventually hit the point where either one, I'll get a really good tool on sale that we can do, or two will start being like, okay, it's taking me a lot of time to get these processes done just because of the volume of them, and I'll either need to get myself more tools so that I can work on one tractor and the AI can work on the other kind of thing, or if we can catch something larger on sale. We still have the fieldstones on, and that is the fieldstone picker. I don't like doing the fieldstone picker. If I'm being genuine, I do tend to just leave the fieldstones to be a problem for a while, and then either end up turning them off, or just accepting they're a maintenance problem. And the reason I don't like the fieldstone picker is it's relatively slow, like both in movement speed, and it's a relatively narrow width. And you do get some stone out of it, but the stone's not enough to be, like, it's not even worth, like, nickels or whatever. It's really, I mean, it's worth nickels. It's not a lot of money. And so it's one of those things you put a lot of effort into keeping the stone all cleaned up. You're like, but am I actually getting anything from this? It's 25,000 though, so it is the right price. I also have no idea how we're looking on our stone situation in these fields. Because I don't think it's bad, because we just did the one go of this field and we haven't had to go back through it again. Now what we'll do in the meantime is, while that's getting all prepped, let's go ahead and top you off. Okay. Again, while it's figuring itself out, let's hop back over here to our other field. Yeah, so nitrogen amount is very bad in this field. When we do the seeding, it'll sort it out. The pH is good. Yeah, so it is some of the long grain rice didn't make it. It's long grain rice that got withered. But that's not unexpected. Like I said, there was when I set up the field, it seemed like there were some issues. All right. Yeah, when we buy more land, like I said, I'll probably put like for those who didn't see. Over here, you're still working on that. Over here, we can do stuff like I put over in this end and start kind of expanding it out as we get more property. It costs me very little to do this. We can go over here where you've got kind of like, instead of just more of this grass over here, you've got like a mud spot here where it looks like there's kind of a track worn in here. I need to get the middle spot and just kind of smoosh the grass a little bit. Instead of making it dirt, or mud making it dirt, that kind of thing. That should help. I'll most likely do that when we go to flood the field for the rice again, because it does just take a minute. So you just have to kind of sit there and wait for the rice field to fill up. So it's a good time for me to just do a little bit of, you know, a little decoration, a little cleanup. Because most of that stuff doesn't cost hardly anything. Some of it can be expensive. That's fine, get in position. But you can do stuff like that around the edges of some of your fields, and, you know, it gives it a more authentic look, because it looks like, you know, someone is driving a tractor from one end to the other, not trying to trample the crops or whatever. So you have kind of the worn paths that your various vehicles are taking around the field. But yeah, if you want to do the comparison on the trailer, this field is not that much bigger than the other one, but the header on this vehicle is only 2 meters wide, whereas the header on the harvester we got over there is 12.5 meters wide. And already, just going along the outside there to over here, we actually have more volume by almost double than the other harvest's entire thing. That's the one really big good side of sugarcane, as while it's a little bit laborious and all that, it is a very high volume crop. Which means you got lots to sell. And I'll wait up over here on the end to meet you there. It says it's gonna wait, but let's go ahead while we're waiting for that to get around. We have animal mud. So we go down here to where it says gravel. Yeah, so you have this animal mud here. So what we can do is go to this greener animal mud. And back down here to the not as green one. I think it's a little better. So that way, instead of having, like, the fully grown grass, it's kind of just, like, it's been driven over a couple of dozen times. It's all been squished. You know, there's little tufts of grass there, but it's not in great shape versus, you know, where you've got your yard. You're not driving over it super often. That little path right there. Yeah, we can actually drive over and take a look how it looks like actually driving on it. It's like we got all this grass that's growing. It's got brush and bushes and all that. You know, when we're popping over here, it broadly looks like tractors have been coming along here and just trampling this again and again. Okay, for an actual tractor, that's a little bit too tight of a turn, but considering we're using a little four-wheeler with a water thing on it, it's fine. I'll catch it on the next turn. Okay. Yeah, and there's also another change between Farm Sim 22 and 25 is the volumetric fog and all that. So we're kind of in a little bit of a low-laying area here. The fog is like pea soup thick down here. It only lasts for part of the day, but it can be interesting for just trying to change the aesthetic of having it's like, oh, it's just a foggy day. Whereas you didn't have that in Farm Sim 22 at all. You'd have the fog that would happen, but it's just kind of be like everywhere. Versus like here, you can kind of see it only covers a certain area. Like this one doesn't look great on this location, but you'll have times when you're using the volumetric fog where if I'm up on that hill, for example, I can look down and see the fog down below me. And that can be a pretty cool thing. But right now, it's just, this area is kind of too level that the fog's kind of everywhere around us. But yeah, so you can see how narrow that header is compared to the other harvester. That's all the wider the path was. That the other one is literally 6 times as wide per pass. That's one of the reasons why the sugarcane takes so much longer. It's also another reason that the sugarcane's not as popular to deal with. That the width is one major negative. I honestly think the bigger one is the lack of internal storage by the base model just makes the AI hard to work with. So unless you've got a buddy you're playing with, it's just getting it to behave is its own exercise in frustration. And you get enough sugarcane to fill up both sugar mills, completely full, and just a little bit extra. But yeah, where people asked me if I was going to cut down the trees earlier, We have been cutting down some trees. Like, if you look over here on the left, there's a couple of fallen trees. That was because we didn't have, like, full-on woods here, but we had, like, a couple of spotted trees here and there just mixed in among all this. So, rather than cut the field down by, like, a third, we just removed the 2 or 3 offending trees and then chucked them over there kind of deal. We did the same way over on that end where you can see, like, there's those 1 or 2 orange trees over there that have, like, fall colors. There was, 2 or 3 other trees that, those ones were just close enough to the field that when I was trying to drive along the side of the harvester, I was snagging up on the trees. So we just cut down the trees to give me a little bit more space. But usually unless I'm doing like the Survivor Man Challenge where I'm using the trees as my main money source, which we have done in the past, I'll have a tendency to keep a lot of the tree areas in place. With exception when we did Silver Run. When we did Silver Run, it was a whole point to go to a forested area and cut down all the trees to make my own fields. Which was immensely time-consuming. It was fun, but it was so much farm sim where it's just start game, cut down trees, and it's like each stream I play the game, I'd like work one process on the field, and the entire rest of the stream was just cutting down trees. You can see me like cultivate a field, and then the entire rest of the thing. 13 hours of lumbering jacking for 30 minutes of field. Right, now to be fair, when we did finally get those fields going, I had that one field that, like, the first field we had would have almost been like 3 of these tiles combined that just like swept along it. And I ended up, the last thing I did, the funny thing is I think I planted cotton. I don't know that we ever harvested it. We may have, because I remember I had the big cotton area on one side, and then I had planted the giant canola area. And we never did harvest that canola area. We might have harvested the cotton area. I don't honestly remember. But all the rest of it was just lumberjacking. It's one of those things, we kept the time relatively slow where an in-game day was a couple of good like 4, 5, 6 hours. And so with the lumberjacking, I'd basically lumberjack until it got too dark to see. So that would mean an in-game month would end up taking me like, you know, maybe 3 or 4 hours. So in the course of an entire stream, we would only advance time 2, maybe 3 months. Whereas what we're doing here on the stream, I'm probably going through like 3, 4 years of stream. Okay. Man, I am looking forward to the next Hard Space Shipbreaker. Now that they got their IP to themselves and are working on their new projects. I don't think we're anywhere near seeing it, but just hearing the Hard Space Shipbreaker music, I want to play it, but I also want to do something new in it. Because I've definitely played the whole game like 3 or 4 times now. And that's just on stream. I think I've done it 3 or 4 times. Well, I think I've done it 3 times on stream. Where we did one full playthrough. We did a permadeath play. Actually, I think we might have done a full playthrough, a basically near full playthrough in permadeath. And I know we did a good couple streams here and there of just randomly hopping in and doing it. It's been a while since I last played it. But it's just a really solid game. But it's also kind of those things like, oh, I can't wait to do something new in Hard Space Shipbreaker. Like, actually having new content. Which would be, again, their next game. Because for those that didn't catch, the developers behind it, they did get the rights to the IP to make a new game because, you know, the publisher just wasn't doing anything with it. It's kind of languishing. So they got the rights, and that they are working now on 3 different games in that universe. One which is supposed to be pretty much just the next game, Hard Space Shipbreaker 2 kind of thing. It's just going to be the next one in the series. And then the other 2 are supposed to be different styles of games in the same universe, and we have no farther information. So we've joked about having, like, you know, having some, like, ruthless, like, business tycoon, forex strategy kind of game, but, like, your Lynx Corp kind of thing. We've talked about, like, you know, again, having the salvage thing. It could also be something totally unrelated to anything we saw in the game whatsoever, but it is that dystopian universe they have within it. It'd be curious to see what they come up with. I'm hoping they have something that's kind of way out in left field that we just don't expect, like a first-person shooter. I don't actually want a first-person shooter, but like a first-person shooter, you know, or, you know, a tactical RPG or something in that one. I definitely want to make sure they have the Hard Space Shipbreaker 2, and then something at least adjacent. So like a again, like Tycoon, that kind of thing. The downside is because it only got announced, what, like 5-6 months ago, and that was they had just gotten the rights to it, which means they were probably starting the games they were working on. We're probably taking like 2.5, 3 years out before the first of those projects happen. Would be my guess. That's the downside. Or hear me out. Hear me out. One of the projects is a slice of life game, a Stardew Valley style game, but Hard Spaceship universe, and you're a shipbreaker as opposed to like a farmer. But it's not like you're doing the Hard Space Shipbreaker like we play in the game. Like, keep that one. Do the sequel that's that. But have one where it's, or like, you know, it's a lot more like the mundane of, like, going in that you... Maybe you're not a shipbreaker, but you're doing some other, like, salvage stuff or whatever. But it's a Stardew Valley-esque game. And maybe change it from, like, the formula of Stardew Valley-style games is usually there's a little town, something has shown up threatening it. So, like, Stardew Valley, it's Joja Mart. Coral Island, it's Pufferfish Corp. Sunhaven, it's the Dragon. Instead, start it where it's like you start the game, and you're in, like, you know, a very corporate company town. Like you are in a Lynx Corp town. Maybe not as a shipbreaker. Maybe you're, you know, some like warehousing person or whatever. And so that's like your job. So it could be like, you know, kind of a box, like not a. I was gonna say Boxel. That's a puzzle game, but like maybe it's some like light factory automation of like getting the shipments around. Like the what was the package simulation you got? Yeah, right. Your space Amazon warehouse worker, but like a big part of it's like, you know, setting up the automation, working the automation kind of thing. Was it Parcel Simulator? The one where you got, like, mail in and you had to, like, kind of, you know, it wasn't quite like Papers, Please or whatever, but, you know, checking packages for problems and all that, making sure they get to the correct locations or whatever. Something like that would be what you'd be working on as your day job, but then, you know, you'd get to know other people, form friendships and relationships, and eventually through story elements, you would, you know, break out from being under the tyranny of Lynx Corp. You know, either become like your own independent private thing, or, you know, I wouldn't want to as closely follow the Hard Space Shipbreaker game story where they goes like it's around the unions and whatever, but you know, something like that. That could be fun. Regardless, I'm sure whatever they come up with will be interesting. At a minimum, if we're getting a sequel to Hard Space Shipbreaker, that alone will have me be very happy. If we get extra, that's just bonus. Alright. And meanwhile, while it's going around there, oh, I think if I'm parked, there'll be a problem. Oh, right, I can go on this side. This side I can't. I was gonna go ahead and, almost follow the path I made. So, like, where we were leaving these mud tracks here, very genuinely kind of go over the mud tracks with my thing to make them, like, look worn in. I actually didn't even think about that till right now. So they added it where the treads where you previously have driven would stay longer. And that could be the way you decide where you put those. Because, like, when you're pulling up to some of your buildings or whatever, do you have, like, certain paths that you seem to be taking 2 or 3 times overlapping? Go ahead and show where there. Okay. Because I was thinking I would probably have coming off that field, just going to this pad ahead of me, and then having the mud worn between both paths, and then, you know, that takes us directly onto that. And that'd kind of suffice to be like, oh, here's where people are pulling up this thing, and they're just tearing up the grass or whatever. You know, have the worn mud along the, like, you put along, like, here on the farm or the plot's edge, just like the mud from where you've been driving over the same spot again and again and again, but just have it kind of like shift off to, like, then meet up with that. All right. Yeah, no, that's, it'll be very curious to see when that happens. I wonder if they'll go early access or they'll just straight up release. Because Hard Space Shipbreaker early accessed, where you'd play it and they would add a little bit more and a little bit more until they got right for full release. So they definitely have that, that background. But that's always a toughie. There's been a really, really, really bad track record for, early access games releasing their sequel in early access. That a lot of them that were early access darlings, you know, the case studies like, hey, this is early access done right kind of things, that when they come out with the second game, they end up not being well received. And I think a big part of that is a lot of those games had fairly unique ideas, so people were willing to, you know, get what they could as they went. But when it's a sequel, you exist in a universe where your previous title exists. So if your next title is in worse shape than the previous title so far as, like, what's involved in it, it can be detrimental. In addition to that, I do find, while early access is still very, very prevalent, I'm finding more and more people's tolerance for, like, you know, unstable, bug-ridden, whatever you want to go, early access is much lower than it used to be. And people still buy it, but then they review it horrifically bad if it's kind of dodgy. I also feel like part of the problem there is a bunch of studios, their second game, you know, their first game, it'll be like, oh yeah, we early accessed it, we sold it for 20 bucks in the early days, 15 bucks in the early days, while it was super duper early, you know, see if we could get people to like buy into early access, and eventually it would go up in price. But a lot of the studios, the second game that they start in early access, will be like, yeah, that's $45, $50. And you'll be like, dude, you're charging me like twice as much as your completed title. That is more like has way more features than this thing. When it's early access, them's kind of the breaks is, if you're only giving me half of the game, you're only charging me half of the price. Otherwise, it would make us think about it. That's the whole idea of early access. You get in early, you get to try it up and help shape the game. But part of the unspoken deal, the unspoken agreement is, it's, you know, it's cheaper. Because you're going to be living with all the bugs and everything. Alright, I'm going to slow down time real fast. Because I remember what button that is. There we go. And the reason we're slowing down time is I'm looking up here at my weather report, and it's saying here we're going to have rain. And it's a harvest day. And if the rain shows up during the harvest day, we can't harvest until the rain goes away. Oh, it actually might be a while till it rains. We'll still do that. That's the safer bet. But that was what ones we ran into where we ended up doing all the work in the dark because it rained half of the day like 2-3 years ago in game. And so we did get the harvesting all done and whatnot. But it was definitely just one of those things that, you know, it sucked from probably the viewer end. I mean, it's still rough from the playing end where you're just driving around and you're like doing all your work, this little tiny cone of light that you're trying to use. Alright, and I have to not instinctively just let it slide. We want to plow the field and replant everything. That also brings up, let's look at our environmental score, where that's at now, because we got our next field. So our environmental score is actually down. It's down because we look at our field over here. I actually can't show it. Oh no, that's actually showing my environmental score now. You're not. But interestingly enough, you are. So this one, oh, well, this one's, like, its nitrogen's going to be down because we're literally harvesting it right now. So, yeah, so we look at that one. Its environmental score, so it's got a little bit below on the weed control, and then the tillage is low. Which is one of the things that makes me curious. If I plow the field, which will give it a bad tillage score because I'm plowing the field, and I chase that with a cultivator, will it make the tillage score higher because... Sorry. Will it make the tillage score higher because I cultivated the field to plant things, even though... Obviously, in the real world, if I plowed up a field and I did all the, you know, the negative side of plowing, and then followed up with a cultivator, that doesn't change anything. I plowed the field. I did what harm can come with that. But video game rules, you know, if I plow the field and I kind of, you know, wink, hand wave it away by cultivating it, then planting, would that improve the tillage score? Because unfortunately with the damage from the storms, I don't think you get it. Like, I think if I cultivate it, I think the damage stays. I actually think not only do I have to plow, I think I have to set it to create new field and plow over the spots. I don't remember. I might actually turn that off as a mechanic. And just replow it every once in a while. That's the grasslands. I don't care about that. Nah, visuals only. Because it doesn't really affect anything else meaningfully. Like, all of this, we're probably only now losing single-digit % out of this field's overall production. With all the storms and all that run through. But it's the fact that, like, I might have to switch it to plow, create new field. And it's not like there's any... Well, I mean, I might leave it on. I'm waffling on it. Okay. Can I actually see where those damage spots are by just changing? Yeah, so I think the composition... Yeah, those are the damage spots. Yeah, so look at this. All these green spots are the damage spots on here. So we actually got quite a few of them. We'll have to see if I were to plow those without the new field set. Or actually, we could do some tests. I have a cultivator. We could just try straight up cultivating. I'm like 95% sure the cultivator doesn't fix the problem. You stole Drongo's horse in his mating? I didn't see any horses stolen. To be fair, what I actually wanted to do, it's not what happened. What I actually wanted to do is, I had noticed Drongo was focusing on typing the sign and the horse wasn't quite in view. And my plan had been to grab the horse, run around that corner, jump off the horse, and then run around behind him again, so that I was still standing behind him when he was done typing up the sign. And then just the horse would be gone. Unfortunately, like, you know, the horse is fast, but it's not that fast. So he got an eye on it. I also might have run in his view. I wasn't that careful. I didn't get to see his perspective till, like, later on the clip. Regardless, he spotted me. I definitely liked the, I didn't see a crime. I don't know what you're talking about. And just... I honestly wonder if, like, how much Drongo thought some of that stuff was me, because really the only things I did is I stole the horse for, like, 10 seconds. What happened is, funny enough, if you hadn't pulled it off, it would have been legendary. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It would have been more confusing. It would have been like, what happened to the horse? Like, I don't know. I've been standing here the whole time. Because, like, the odds... You know, I'd get it out of line of sight with him standing there is pretty low. But I did that. You know, we had our whole thing where we're going back and forth with the signs and whatnot. There was another one where it's, like, focused on the signs. And I deliberately took the sword out of my hand because I didn't want to, like, accidentally kill him or something. So I walked up and I just, like, punched him once and then ran over to the other side of Raichi. so that Raichi would be the closer one, because again, I knew he was staring at the sign, so he wouldn't see who did it. But it's just like, you know, like one little tap. I didn't want to like accidentally kill him because I remember XP is the thing. Like that, but like for the record, I wasn't the one to murder him. I was totally uninvolved. Wait, who was that? We definitely, I saw who it was. We had someone hop in and they basically murdered him. Because that's the thing. Like there's that kind of silly fun, like, yeah, you steal the horse, you run around the corner, a person's like, where's my horse? And I only did the one time, too. All the other times the horse went missing, I was completely uninvolved in. Beyond being like, I don't know, that doesn't look like your horse. The timing of him looking around and seeing you ride off was pretty perfect. Yeah, and it was definitely still good. Like, I'm not unhappy with how it turned out. I do think it would have been a lot more fun, just the confusion of it being like, where'd my horse go? The only other person who was nearby, standing in basically the exact same spot that in theory I would have been the whole time. You know, maybe he'd probably have figured out it was me pretty quickly. You didn't catch him with his murder, but it sounds like difficult enough to keep stream going under those conditions. I'm glad you all kind of got along somehow. Yeah, well, I mean, it wasn't... I mean, I guess you could call it a stream snipe. Yeah, no, like, the murder thing was kind of like, alright, that's a little much. There's, like, XP kind of stuff. Like, I was down for some, like, ribbing and trolling. But, you know, it's the same thing. It's like, you know... You can have fun, like, putting some dirt blocks up to block someone's door, but if someone turns around, then they, like, put TNT in your house and blast it or whatever, that's, like... One of those is a fairly benign thing. The other one, you know, is genuinely kind of really rough. Which we didn't have any of that kind of stuff going on, so it's trying to keep it to just kind of silly teasing kind of stuff. You know, don't want it to get too malicious. That's also part of the reason at the end of the night, like, I seriously had to go to bed. But that was the reason at the end of the night, after I'd, like, been deputized the sheriff and all that, because that was the whole thing. Drongo clearly wanted to do something with that. That was the reason why when I got off, I was like, oh yeah, you know, here, I'm gonna, like, yep, I resign. I think you should appoint this to Drongo, like, basically, like, nominate him. Which, granted, Bernadette was technically the sheriff as a deputy, and Bernadette's not on the server. That way you could still have his fun with it. Just derail him an hour or two. Well, actually, like 2 hours. Just derail it for a bit. Granted, I still think the vote for Rual, he lives in a skull, was definitely a strong campaign slogan. I can't think of why no one would have voted for that. Did anyone actually catch what the count was? I couldn't hear very well. It sounded like it was 7 people for Raichi and 1 for Drongo, or 1 for... Yeah, it had to be 1 for Drongo, because I know Drongo at least voted for himself. But it sounded like it was 7-1 because I voted for Raichi. I didn't vote for myself. I voted for Raichi. The best thing is I voted for Raichi, and I didn't only, like, leave where it says, you know, on the vote where it's like, oh, you voted for Drongo? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I didn't. Did Rice start? Yep, Rice is over there. Up on, you can kind of see a ledge over there. We just harvested a little bit ago. We're not ready to plant it again quite yet. You plant an April harvest in September. But yeah, we got rice going. So bought our new tile, got our cedar. Yeah, where you can kind of, it might be hard to make out on the screen. There's like a little concrete ledge there. He gave you 10% of the dirt company. You had to. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I was wondering what the actual numbers were, because like I said, it was you know, just there's a lot of people talking, so I missed what the actual outcome was beyond Raichi winning by a very large margin. I just didn't catch, like, you see the VOD later? I mean, we're gonna keep working on it. Alright. Oh, unless you mean the Minecraft with Drongo, because the Minecraft with Drongo didn't have a VOD on my end. There was some fun stuff that got missed because I wasn't streaming, because I hadn't planned on doing any of that last night. It's just like, you know, I was hanging out in chat, and Drongo's like, oh yeah, we're gonna be playing Minecraft and Yuki, so I was like, alright. Like, I don't want to go to bed yet. I want to stay distracted. I can do this. And I hadn't planned on running for sheriff. Like, you know, all that was going by. And meanwhile, I was just building my Skull Mountain lair overlooking the village. And then, you know, there was, like, no one else, you know, kind of stepping up. And I was like, okay, well, whether for content or just to keep things interesting, we couldn't let Drongo run uncontested. And then, you know, Raichi also went up with it. And I was like, okay, this works. Three people's a pretty good campaign group. Or campaign group, what am I talking about? 3 people's a good election? Or the fact, like, both me and Raichi was like, what is your, like, why should you be elected sheriff? And mine was like, I see no crime, and I'm gonna keep it that way. You know, I live in a skull, you know, I'm clearly gonna be hard on crime or whatever. Like, basically a nothing burger of a campaign. And Raichi is like, we're gonna make everything pink, and that'll bring down crime rates. Versus Drongo, like, actually giving, like, a proper, you know, somewhat thought out, like, you know, here's what I'm gonna do and all that, like, meaningful, stuff. And just, it very much feels the way sometimes. You loved the, I see no crime and I'll keep it that way. Yep. I would love to be able to claim it's my own original idea, but I know I got it from something, and I couldn't tell you what it is. I'm sure it was something like some TV show or something from back in the day or whatever. Not back in the day, but, like, you know, some TV show or something I must have gotten the line from, and couldn't tell you where. It just kind of popped in my head. I was like, oh yeah. Which I'm sure was the exact same, like, shenanigans, like, you know, it almost swayed your vote. But you also would have accepted, I'm running to ensure that Drongo is not elected. Well, yeah, I didn't want to be, so, like, if I had won, my intention was to very quickly, either find some way to, like, invalidate myself for sheriff, like, a very malicious part of me, like, you know, invasive thought part of me, is if I had won, I would have been like, I see no crime, and therefore I see no purpose for the sheriff's department, and as the sheriff, I am dissolving the department. Was one of the things I was tempted to do if I won. I was like, no, that feels really mean. Like, if Drongo was actually, like, genuinely interested in having, like, kind of that storyline happen, and just taking that away, and then immediately, like, ditching it, that felt like that would have been a little vindictive. Not vindictive, because it wouldn't actually been maliciously intended, but it would It would have felt like a pretty big jerk. Which game was that? It was Minecraft. After stream, Drongo was hopping on Yuki's Minecraft server. I was like, alright, yeah, I'll do that. My first active share is to promote Reichi to my second command. My second active share is to resign effective immediately. Yeah, like I didn't want to do anything quite like that mean, where it's like, you know, you just kind of taking that away and then immediately tossing it away. Because that just feels like I only did this to obstruct. But, you know, like, it wanted to be a thing, but I figured at the end I was probably going to either give it to Drongo or make it so Drongo could not take it, but you get the idea that Drongo could get that thing. I also didn't want to be like, make him wait on it for days till it's not relevant anymore or whatever. It's just a fun ribbon. And for those who couldn't, like, you couldn't see my perspective because I wasn't there. Very genuinely, when I started clearing that whole cave out that Drongo reported to me as a crime, there was just weirdly, for some reason, inside there was like a 1x1 box with a pig in it. I wasn't trying to accuse Drongo of it. It's like, I don't know why this pig's in here, but clearly that's inhumane. Because, fun random fact, in the state of Florida Constitution, we actually have the exact measurements a pig enclosure must be at a minimum. In our Constitution. Because why not? All the other important things that could be in there, but we're like, no. The size of an enclosure for a pig must be included in our Constitution. I don't know if it still is. I know it was. And it just has to go with we have this whole interesting thing in Florida where if enough people vote to have something added during not the ballot. I mean, I guess it would be during the ballot. They can basically do a thing to propose basically a constitutional amendment or whatever. And if you get enough votes, you can make it happen. And so it's a thing that, you know, the citizens can leverage that even if your local officials don't want something, you can kind of force their hands. It's mostly been used for crappy reasons with the occasional good one. Such as that's what got it so we have medical marijuana is permitted here is the state legislature did not want to allow it. And so there was there's basically an activist person who kind of piggy banked getting, you know, people to go out and canvass and everything to then get it on the ballot. And then it took 2 attempts, but the second time they did get it voted in. And so even though the local legislature didn't want it, you know, it got its 60 or 70% of the vote it required to force it to be put on there. But unfortunately it has been used as a way to circumvent stuff to get around things by lobbyists and all that. But as a result of those things, you get really bizarre stuff in there sometimes. Luckily, most of the bizarre stuff stopped happening a while ago as people started, you know, more people could vote and all that. It was harder for just silly shenanigans to get in there. Alright. Yeah, so we'll have our... Let's see, they also write what the amendment really does versus what they claim it does on the ballots as they try to sneak things in. Yeah. Yeah, that's, it's one of those things, like, there's entire procedures around trying to keep the wording clear and honest or whatever on the ballot. But, when you're having the people canvassing, being like, hey, will you sign that you support whatever amendment being added to the ballot? that person who's interacting with you can say whatever they want. Not legally, but like the odds are going to be able to turn around and be like, they said it meant this, and that wasn't true. There's zero chance you're going to be able to prove that. But when you actually get on the ballot, they'll have the exact verbiage. Now, that doesn't mean they can't be deceiving with the verbiage, and sometimes it gets through, because that has happened. But at least there is some measure there, and at least those are the actual words in there. And all that. The big famous one that I've talked about a couple times is we had a number of years ago, we had what's called Amendment 1, which was the pro-solar amendment as far as its marketing and all that. But when you actually looked at it, in what it was actually a very anti-solar one. Basically, it was going to let the power companies apply a surcharge into anyone's account who had their own power generation at their house and paid under a certain amount. They could then put a surcharge on you to make sure you are supporting the grid. Luckily, that crap got shut down. It took a lot of rallying of people to be like, no, this thing that sounds really, really good on paper, it's like, this isn't what it does. Read that text. Read that text. The fluff is a bunch of happy words saying that, you know, we want to support solar, yada yada, nothing tangible. Also, we're going to charge a fee. Or we reserve the right to charge a fee, or whatever it was. I can't remember the exact verbiage now. It's been too long. Yeah. Let's see. You have wondered how the Constitution change happened in nations like the U.S.? Because here in Africa, it's quite involved. So, for the U.S. Constitution, it is a whole big process. It is like, it is not impossible, but it is a substantial undertaking. But state constitutions, some of them are hard to change, and some of them can be changed very readily. Each state has their own process. But yeah, no, it is a very, very significant undertaking. I want to say it's more than half of the states. I couldn't have the details wrong because this isn't my area of expertise. It was something like more than half of the states, by a certain number, have to be like, hey, we want to do a revision of the Constitution, and then that triggers a whole thing that then they have to go through a ratification process. 2/3, you think? Yeah. But like it's a whole big thing. 3/4 of the state delegates and 2/3 of the state legislators, if you read it right 2 weeks ago. Yeah. And it's not that that's impossible. It's not like it's never been done. But usually there has to be a very massive catalyst issue to get that going. And even then, it is a very long shot to get that ball rolling. So it's not impossible, but it is not something that happens easily. It's quite involved, difficult to get changed. Requires a referendum vote resulting in a minimum percentage and a majority across over 50 of the states. Has been 2 referendums since you've turned 18, both failed. Yeah, we've had a couple of times where people have tried to get the ball rolling on a constitutional, like, reworking going on here in the US. Most of the times it gets, like, absolutely nowhere. Which is good, because most of the times they've wanted to do it. There's been some, you know, well-intended good things, but a lot of the times it's people, with ulterior motives. We don't need to dig in part of that. It's easier to get the Supreme Court to just make a ruling in a way to force things into effect without proper amendment. Correct. Which is also a problem. But, you know, correct nonetheless. I mean, there's at least Amendment 21, which repealed Amendment 18. So at least, that many have gone through. Yeah. No, like, there was, I think... Ah, man. Was it the Civil Rights Movement that was the last major time? No ulterior motives is just political stuff in a nutshell. Right, you're not wrong. I would say, like... I would say ulterior motives like voter suppression kind of things. Were a lot of the ones that tried to get pushed through that got shut down. And there's also ones where people have tried to push to get, like, you know, marijuana legalized on a federal level, and they tried to go that route. But that usually doesn't go Constitution, which is one of the reasons why that one was like kind of dead on arrival. Because it's also not like the appropriate place to do that. So even people in favor, it's like, okay. Because the promise, if I remember correctly, with how the process works, and I could have a lot of details wrong, is basically you signal that you want to do an amendment on the Constitution, but not like what. And then a bunch of them sit down together, and they kind of hash it out. And then they have to have like all the votes and all that kind of stuff. Or no, I'm sorry. There was two different processes. There was one where you can just add an amendment, then there's one that's effectively like a rewriting, like a whole thing. The 27th in the early 90s for congressional pay. Gotcha. So it's one of those ones that a lot of times you don't, as the average person, you're just not thinking of, because like it affects you in the taxes sense, but it doesn't affect you in the like day-to-day. Like it like you're still getting taxed the same taxes. It's just where they're going. More of it goes to that kind of thing sense. So it's enough of a removed thing that you don't think about it versus like, are you allowed to vote, is a much more directly impactful thing. As it actually discussed when the initial Bill of Rights was being written, but it didn't make it in, if you remember correctly. Gotcha. You wouldn't say that necessarily. Some of the things are actually done for the buy-writers' benefit of the jurisdiction within the system. But the actual intent on... Yeah, no, there's, there's definitely, like... For as much as, you know... As much as it's easy, like, we haven't had it in a while. Like, you'll have people, you know, say a lot of negativity around the lawyers. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of really shady, crappy lawyers out there who do shady, crappy things and represent shady, crappy things. This isn't wrong. But there's also a lot of genuinely good ones out there, you know, like the kind of people who are just trying to help people. And there's lawyers that do a bunch of boring, mundane things that need to be dealt with. You know, very genuinely making sure, just making sure both parties on a contract or an agreement to the contract, the details are what they say are there. Not like even someone's trying to pull a fast one on the other one. Sometimes situations are complicated and fall outside the expertise of either individual that you just have to have a lawyer involved in writing up the contract to make sure both parties understand the expectations and yada yada, the deliverables and whatnot, and have it all in writing for the protection of both ends of the agreement. And it is an entirely boring endeavor to deal with, but it's just, you know, that's normal lawyer stuff. There's a lot of work that lawyers do that they're like, yep, you're getting married, you want to sit down with the lawyer and make sure you understand, like, hey, you're getting married, here are the implications of what that means. Not that there's like, you're going to or not going to do it based on a lot of that being like, hey, here is one of the things that happens with that. Is that something you want collectively between the two of you? There are times in the US where they have ways that they avoid tying your finances together, or that you don't want to give power of attorney over to the other one, or other things because of kind of tangential things that you wouldn't think of. And that's all lawyer stuff. Yeah, like non-competitive divorces, you still have to get all the done paperwork. Right, or annulments. So annulments is when you can, here in the US, and this is broadly speaking, I'm trying to think from the context of Florida because I think it varies state to state. You can get married and you've got a time window from when you get married to be like, never mind, like just cancel it. Get it annulled. Back out of it, didn't happen. And that's kind of what the annulment is. That's the, you know, exit stage left, go back to where we were. But then once you've been together long enough, you can no longer get annulled, instead you get a divorce. Which, you know, there's a process there to try and make sure it's fair and whatnot, that, you know, you have had your finances potentially intertwined for a while, your living situation intertwined for a while, that even if you're full agreement on everything, like there's not negative or whatever, you still want to have the lawyer involved basically be like, okay, Just making sure you're both on the same page. Here is the terms on all this. You are agreeing. Even if you're 100% like, yep, nope, we both had our money separate. It's chill. Just that way there's no confusion where they're like, oh no, that was my car. No, I get the car. You don't get the car. Like, you know, do that whole thing to get that sorted out so there's not confusion. Because for as much as you hear about, like, the bitter divorce where each one's trying to, like, get every last, you know, dime out of the other one and, you know, they're angry and hateful at each other and it's just all negative, there's a lot of people who they get married and a year later, like, this was not a good move. Like, there's no ill will. They just realize they're just not right for each other. Let's see, the toy, oh, geez. So you're saying that amendment got proposed in 1789 and it got ratified in 1992? That's a nice turnaround. Nice 200 and, what is it, 203 years? But yeah, no, that's, and I think there's other conditions you can get annulled as well. But yeah, no, it's a thing. And that's partly where, you know, the Vegas wedding kind of thing, where you went into it and you just made a, you know, Vegas wedding kind of thing, you know, just dealing with that. That's kind of where, like, annulment is kind of a big thing. For those who don't know the reputation of the Vegas wedding, it's that you show up in Vegas, you get drunk, and then Elvis, you know, an Elvis impersonator marries you, and it is actually legally binding because, you know, they happen to be a minister. It's more a meme than a real thing. It's not that could happen, but it's definitely a lot more of a meme. But it is those things where, like, you can choose to, like, there is places where you can be married by a person who is an Elvis impersonator in Vegas. That is a thing that can be done. But as far as the, you know, the person going to Vegas, going on a binger, and then, you know, waking up in the hotel and they've got their wedding band on, and they suddenly realize they're married or whatever. That's not a normal thing that happens on any real frequency. I'm sure people get drunk and agree to get married and potentially get married, like elope. I'm sure that happens. But hopefully anyone who's administering that worth any grain of salt is immediately like, no, you're drunk. Clearly this is not going through. Because you can't make those decisions, you know, you're not supposed to be able to, you know, enter those decisions legally while under duress or while inebriated or whatever. It's actually an interesting, there was a Carnival Cruise Line thing where, you know, a lady had entirely too much to get, you know, to drink. And there is a point as a bartender where you have a certain amount of, responsibility for your patrons, in the sense that if you keep serving a patron who is clearly intoxicated to a point that you can actually get hit with the equivalent of, like, criminal negligence, in the sense that this person was clearly not okay and you kept serving them more and more and more alcohol until it became, you know, potentially dangerous or deadly, there is a certain amount of responsibility that a bartender in bar can be held accountable for. And this lady had clearly passed that point by a fair margin. But it was interesting that one of the arguments they brought is, in the US, when you purchase something, your receipt is evidence of a contract. That I gave you X amount of dollars, and you gave me Y good. And it seemed like the minimum kind of contract, but it is considered kind of a contract. And here in the US, you're not supposed to be able to enter a contract again under duress while you're not in a, I can't remember what the verbiage they use, but basically that your faculties are fine. And that was one of the arguments they had, is like, hey, clearly this lady was plastered off her butt and was no longer capable of making sound decisions. They should not have been able to enter this contract for purchasing more alcohol when they were obviously not in a state that they could agree upon it. And I'm under the impression, like, that's not what resulted in their settlement. There's a bunch of other stuff. But that was one of the things, like, you're not ranking. When lacking the capability to exercise or declare free will, roughly something like, yeah, it's something like that. Different verbiage, but it's something basically in that. Without going too much into it, for reasons there are growing problems in Southeast Asian countries of 24-hour marriages. Gotcha. At least that's what's roughly in the jurisdiction here that I know. Yeah, like, I don't remember the words, but that's the idea, is like, for example, hey, Undead Farmer, how's it going? But it's like the idea, like, if I walked into a bank and, like, I want to buy a home, I've got the address, give me a mortgage. And somehow that actually works because there's a lot more involved than all that. But let's pretend it's that simple. And I walked in there, and they're like, cool, here's your mortgage, and you sign it. And clearly I was wasted off my rocker. That would be, like, I could challenge that mortgage to be like, that mortgage is not valid and should not be accepted. It doesn't mean I get to keep the money. It means it gets knocked out. They get their money back. I have no obligations to pay them or whatever. Like, it's as if it didn't happen. And, like, whatever, if I spend some of the money, I would be obligated to sort that out. Like, that would all get hashed out in courts. But the point was, it was not a legal contract. It should not have been allowed to occur. If, I walk into the bank, the same thing, and they're like, I need a mortgage. And meanwhile, there's a guy sitting behind me with, like, a gun to the back of my head. Like, you might go through the motions to act as if you're giving the mortgage to save someone's life who's clearly having their life threatened in that moment, but that, again, would not be a valid mortgage, because you were clearly under duress that, there's no way to know whether or not, like, you wanted to actually enter that mortgage. You very clearly were not making decisions for yourself at that moment. Or, if you have someone and they're screaming at the wall about how dare it suppress them, and then, walk up and then they cry out at the fire alarm at the ceiling about how awful it is, and then ask for a mortgage, you say, sure, yeah, this seems reasonable. You'd be like, well, if that person's like, I was clearly not in my right mind, any reasonable person would go, you know what? The dude was screaming at the wall. I think it's safe to say they were not in a state where they would be considered having their mental faculties together enough to enter that kind of an obligation. And again, you don't keep the money or anything. It's not like, haha, I pulled a fast one on the bank. Any money they lent, you would be required to give back. But you could kind of just knock out the contract because it's null and void. Like, that should not have occurred. The correct answer, again, like with the drunk one, is the bank person should refuse you and be like, hey man, I can't give you this mortgage, you're clearly intoxicated, I'm going to need you to come back when you are not intoxicated, and we can potentially then move forward with this. Let's see, returning of all benefits is what undoing in such contracts says here. You presume it's similar. Yeah, like, I don't know the legal verbiage, but it's basically the idea is you put things as close to back before the contract was signed as possible. In the event you can't for whatever reason, because of, like, timing or just the situation, then it would be on, like, whichever party wasn't able to, like, put it back to normal, that come to like, hopefully outside of court, you'd be like, hey man, I spent those $2,000, can I get that to you Tuesday? Is that fine? Sure, whatever. Then it just stays out of court, like, you come to an agreement. It'd only be like, if you tried to go back, you couldn't go back, and you couldn't come to agreement, then the court would get involved, because we're like, okay, well, how do we make this right if you two aren't going to cooperate with each other? But that's like the tricky one, as well as things when, you've got a car salesman who sells someone a car who's clearly intoxicated, and, the person gets the car and immediately wrecks it or something like that, and you're like, you shouldn't have sold me that car. You shouldn't have been able to do that. The car's ruined now, I can't return it. Obviously, in that case, you get a DUI as well. But that's a separate issue. But the whole point is while the person drove drunk, and that's one problem that would get pushed in one area, they also should not have been sold the car in the first place. Now, you can also make the argument that's like, well, I didn't know they were that way, and then it's on them to demonstrate, hey, no, I can, you should have reasonably known or whatever. And that's the whole argument that usually gets in those situations where there's that, like, hostility there. It's like, whether or not you could reasonably, assume that person was or was not. Hey, Nitro, thank you so much for the 205 stream streak. Numbers, so many numbers. All the numbers. Bigger numbers are definitely better, though. There's zero question about that. But yeah, no, it's just circling back. It was just like, it was interesting that was one of the arguments they took about this person who, like I said, they had been served an unreasonable amount of alcohol on a cruise ship, and they were making several arguments as to how Carnival Cruises had been like very irresponsible to the point of criminal negligence potentially, and that they should award money to deal with this lady's very, very serious medical injuries because it was way outside reasonable how much alcohol that they had served there. Because by the nature of alcohol, you eventually lose control of your mental faculties that you can no longer make sound decisions. Which is, again, why you have the whole shtick at the bar where, I'm sorry, sir, I think you've had enough. I'll tell you when I've had enough. And it doesn't change anything, the bartender's not giving you another drink. And that's the obligation of that job. Is being like, no, you're drunk. You're not getting any more. Especially when those numbers are specific to the amount you value in your account. Yes. Yes, I especially like when the number in my account is a bigger number. That's a really good number to have be bigger. Oh man. Was it 2 days ago? I think it was 2 days ago. Either way, pretty recently, me and Toom went to, it was like the local wing place. And it's kind of like your sports bar, wing place, whatever. Went to the local wing place, and it was not karaoke night. It was not anything like that. We weren't like late in the evening on a Friday night. It was like lunchtime. And there was this lady, and she was there with like another, and I would say, I mean, age doesn't really matter. Probably like late 50s, but it was clearly her and a friend, and then their significant others, whatever their relationship were, who were a bit older, probably going on mid 60s or whatever, and clearly one of the ladies had quite a bit to drink. She was solidly, absolutely drunk. And, again, no karaoke's going on. No anything's going on. And she is just absolutely belting out this tune. And not good. Because she's a very drunk person. And it was just definitely one of those things that, like, you're sitting there and you're like, alright, well, this is actually kind of really disruptive. Like, it's partly funny, but also partly, I do kind of wish you'd stop singing. And you could kind of see, like, the two guys in the party who are just, like, looking around, and they kind of have that smile that's, like, it's the apologetic smile. That they're like, we don't really know what to do right now. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. She was having herself a good time. And I couldn't, like, the other lady there, I could only see the back of her head, so no idea what's going on there. But it was just like, this is just lunch on a normal day. There's, like, the music playing was very, very quiet. It wasn't karaoke. She was just belting out this song in this place. And it was just definitely an awkward thing. The good news is it was just, like, the one song, and then I think her party quickly were like, okay, we're shooing out the door. we are all so far past embarrassed. We want to get out of here. You're just gonna say, please don't dox yourself with such stories. Oh yeah. I'm not sure which story we're going with. Yeah, but no, I won't say like the name of the place or anything like that. Not unless it's something like, it wasn't, but like it was like Buffalo Wild Wings. Congratulations, you described the entire US. But yeah, no, if it's not something like McDonald's or Burger King or something where it's like literally everywhere, yeah, I won't say names of places. You can, there you go. Cool. But yeah, no, I was having a good chuckle at that. It was very awkward. Would spiking her drink so she passes out be socially acceptable? Buffalo Wild Wings in literally every state. Yeah. Like, there's just some things that are very ubiquitous. Socially acceptable? I don't know. It would definitely not be legally acceptable. There are real strict rules about tampering with people's food. Like, it's one thing if you get permission, but the moment you're doing something to someone's food without permission, even prank kind of stuff, a lot of, like, even pretty benign pranks, when you're messing with someone's food, you can get yourself in a lot of trouble really fast. Like, don't get me wrong, you'll have, like, among friends, you'll have people tease and all that, but it's definitely one of those ones that, even among friends, if one of them took issue with it, and then, you know, decided to make a thing out of it, yeah, you can get a lot of trouble for tampering with food, with good reason. Like, you don't want someone to be like, haha, I'm gonna go and put these nuts in here, haha, they're gonna hate the taste of it. Oh wait, what's an allergic reaction? Yeah, no, there's some real strict rules around tampering with food. Again, if you're hanging out with a buddy and, you know, the buddy puts something in your food, most likely it's going to be a big nothing burger. You're like, hey man, don't screw with my food. But it is one of those things that, like, if it's the kind of prank that someone might not be cool with, you don't do it. I meant to say, regarding the small contract here, when you enter a bus, even if you already have a ticket or intend to buy a ticket in the passenger compartment, by entering the bus, you apply and offer an implicit, you forgot the term, contract, and by letting you in, the bus driver handles and accepts your offer, and you have a valid contract. Many contracts are purely oral, so it's totally valid. Absolutely, we have a lot of the same stuff here. That there's definitely things where it's like, you know, if you say certain things or whatever, the implication that you have it. Now, granted, that's also one of those things that it kind of gets tricky sometimes. They're like, did they say it? Well, it's your word versus mine. And then you have to kind of prove that. Okay, so our nitrogen's bad. Our pH is bad. We need to do the weeding. But we've got all those spots in the fields that are messed up. And they're messed up just because of the hail and all that kind of stuff. So what I'm going to try to do, I'm pretty sure I have to use the plow and set it to new field to re-plow the areas affected by the hail or whatever. I am going to try and go over with the cultivator. It has been many versions of the game since I've done this, and it is a thing I could see them being like, is it a bug or is it not a bug? But even though the sugarcane will regrow, we've got enough damage on the field that I think it's time to, it's time to go, because we got, actually, here's probably the biggest damage spot I think we have. Let's go over here and just run this thing over. So I'll cut it right in half so it's visibly easy to tell. Alright. So let's go pull up our map. So what we want to see is any of these filters. I just want one of those filters that'll show me really wish you would show me whether or not I have no idea if that's working or not. Like, it's working so far as cultivating, but so far as making that viable farmland again, I don't really know, and I don't know a good way to do it without actually getting to the point of, you know, just properly doing the field. And if anyone does happen to know at the top of their head, they're like, oh yeah, you definitely gotta plow that. Cultivating's not gonna cut it. Or, no, cultivator's fine. If you happen to know, that'd be great, because I sure as heck don't remember. Yeah, most layers are also just also needed for a minority who don't do that by themselves. Oh yeah, absolutely. The filter you want is cultivated seed bed, I think. Okay. Cultivated seed bed. I have no idea where that would be. Oh, do you still have all of those off for all this time? I turned those off forever ago. And I think I have my answer. Because you look here, it's cleared that out from sugarcane, but that's still showing distinctly different. That is showing distinctly different on those ones. I'm going to assume that's not working. So next test. Because like I said, I think when you have storm damage to your fields, I think you have to replow it. And I think you might have to set it to new field. If that is the case, I'll probably turn off the storm damage because it'll just be obnoxious. Like, I don't mind needing to go through it and be like, oh, nope, field got damaged. Let's go ahead and break out the cultivator or the plow, broadly speaking. Let's see, but cultivating resets it, same as how Terran attacks. From precision farming, but when you cultivate seed over fixes it. Yeah, so the concern here is when you take hail damage or tornado damage. Because it's kind of its own thing. And remember, it's got weirdness around it. We can try with the cultivator. We could just use the cultivator. Well, okay, so the only reason, if it was a different crop than sugarcane, I think I'd be fine with that. The problem with this is the sugarcane you planted, it costs quite a bit to plant. And then it kind of stays. It's got a distinctly different color. Yeah, I think it makes it a not field. Because that's in thinking we have crop type potatoes for some reason. That's the thing. It's not super clear. But cultivating resets it as how tram tracks work. Precision farming, not growing land. Yeah, we can try it. Like, I think it should just work with that. Because if it's just this, then I'm fine to keep the bad weather on. Because, like, okay, just needing to, like, every couple years, you know, tear it up, do like another round of cultivating, yada yada. That's fine by me. It's just a matter of if we have to do new field plow. Like, even plowing I'm fine with. It's just new field plowing is the only one I'm like, no, if that's it, it goes. And that's just because if I mess it up, then I gotta go and do a whole bunch of work to de-scuff what I've got. Yeah, no, apparently I had the plowing every 3 years turned off. I didn't deliberately turn it off for this run. I turned it off at some point. I'm pretty indifferent on that one. We only noticed because it's like, oh yeah, you gotta do this every 3 years, and I was like, huh. I'm not too worried about it either way. I don't care that much. Yeah, no, from the, kind of the intro of Hard Spaceship Breaker. Is there harrowing, too, or is it compromised in plowing, and you don't have to do it between seeds every 3 years? So, in the game, basically a way to think of it is there is the, there's plowing, and then while you have the subsoilers, the cultivators, the harrowers, and all that, you've got all those things. In a lot of ways, they kind of do mostly the same thing. With the, again, the exception of plowing is kind of its own animal, and then the other ones are far more nuanced. That broadly speaking, it's like, should I use a harrower or a cultivator or whatever? It's like, just use whatever. Like, between those ones, just use whatever. It's just the plow that's the outlier, that there are settings where you have to plow every 3 years. Yeah, broadly speaking, I find most people just use the biggest cultivator they can find. Harrower gives you no stones but more weeds? Gotcha. But yeah, I find also a lot of people, we have the field stones turned on, but I find a lot of people just turn off the stones. I've kind of got to the point where I mostly just be like, the stones are there, I mostly ignore them. They're fine. They damage my stuff a little bit here and there. It's fine. It's not particularly significant. Right, no, exactly. But that's kind of the thing. As far as the game's concerned, weeds, like, almost no matter what you do, if you're not plowing, you get weeds, and you're just gonna treat the weeds. So, like, on that end, like, going between, like, the, you know, the disc harrowers and the cultivators, you're still just gonna treat your weeds, so it's kind of a whatever. There's not really a big change in how you as a player might approach it too badly. And as far as stone goes, I would say probably the vast majority of people end up turning off stones, the field stones. There's definitely a lot of people who do play with it, but I would say a lot of people either turn off the field stones or ignore them. Hey, Khalil, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid, I do appreciate it. Hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Well, welcome in, Raiders. Let me get a shout out for Khalil, I'd really appreciate it. But yeah, no, that's kind of the thing. It's like they do have differences. I just find in practice, not enough people, well, a lot of people don't play with the field stones on, and then they're going to treat their weeds anyways, so between one or the other, it makes not a whole lot different.
Thank you KLL671 for subscribing for 23 months.
And thank
Always
you,
love your stream, brother.
Thank you, and thank you, KLO, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 23 Munchabit sub to this channel. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. And I hope you had fun with Hell Let Loose. Hope it was a good time and all that stuff. But again, thank you so much for that raid. Let's see and say it. Almost all the small, let's see. Almost all the small cedars in the stock game technically a power harrower seeder combo, but the game turns off the ability to direct drill. Some of them, though, you can still buy a power harrower and a seeder separate and combinations button, which will allow direct drilling. Yeah. Yep. And it's one of those problems that actually one of the bugs that's been in the game is some of those combo things don't work right, especially when in consideration of contracts. Like, I've had mostly good things, but you get contracts involved, and then sometimes they'll be like, you know, you need to do this process. You didn't do that process. Like, dude, the thing does both. It's fine. But yeah, no, that's the thing. I've definitely found I really enjoy the direct drilling stuff. I slept on that for a very long time, that I would go through and cultivate the field, and then do the seeder and end of the thing. It's only like, I want to say the one was only like 6 meters wide, but it was one of the direct drillers that's relatively small, but it also has the weeder built in as well. What is direct drilling? So direct drilling requires it so you don't need to cultivate at all. You just take the seeder over, and it just kind of directly puts the plant in the ground. And, you know, it just has the whole process in one thing. And some of those get really slick, because you can get one that it effectively cultivates plants and weeds in one process by direct drilling. And, like, I don't know how that works in, like, real life. I'm assuming it kind of, like, has a thing that kind of digs into the ground and puts the plant in right after and fills it in or whatever. Like for example, the rice planter I have is a direct drill. So when I'm planting my rice, I don't have to go through and use this cultivator or anything. I will just immediately go from where it had the previous crop, and I'll just drive right back over with my seeder, and it'll take care of it. Like, if I remember correctly, if we go in here, I think it's you? Maybe not that one. It's one of these. Yeah, so you see these little tangs on the back? Those are a weeder. So yeah, so it's effectively, game mechanics-wide, it's effectively having, like, your cultivator, your seeder, and your weeder in the same thing. So while you look at it, it'll be like half the size that you could otherwise get the seeder. Because it's doing all three of those processes in one go, it means I only have to do one time around the field as opposed to doing those 3 separate operations, so it ends up being faster. Basically, has some kind of cultivator in front of the machine, and then the driller seeder at the back. And so by doing the cultivating seam in the same run. Yep. Yeah, and there's like a couple of them, like 1 or 2 of them that have a weeder built in as well. Which I think is amazing when you're sitting there doing that, being like, yeah, it's only 6 meters wide, so it's relatively narrow width. But then you just do the field once versus otherwise you have to do it 3 times. And then on top of that, a lot of those, the seeder also has the fertilizer built into it as well. So you're also doing that. So they're a great option for being like, hey, I don't want to go over this field like 3 or 4 times. Yeah, but that's kind of the big thing, is like you get one like this. So yeah, so like it digs up the soil here, and then back in this area it's got where it puts the seeds in through like the drilling back here. And then this has like the weeders on the back that do the weeding as well. And then on top of that, if we look at the information here, it's got both seeds and fertilizer. So yeah, that's one of the things. Now the wheels in the back are the seed drill. Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying, is you can see where the tubes went into the wheels. That's like, yeah, that's where it kind of drills to put them in. I just don't know like how like it functions in real life. But then like way back on it, there's like the little wire almost brush thing, little tangs that drag behind it. That's the weeder. It's one of those things that's tricky, because some of them have the little tangs in the back and it's a weeder, and some of them don't. Because I know one of them you buy, like it doesn't have those by default, and you buy the accessory of a weeder onto the whole massive thing. But yeah, no, I slept on those for a real long time. People are like, why don't you get this? I'm like, why would I get that? Like, I already can plant something. They're like, no, you can do a lot more in less passive. Like, you say what now? I can get more work done in less time. Sold. Because before that, I was just kind of going, okay, you're 3 meters wide. Okay, you're 6 meters wide. 8, 9. Oh yeah, 15. Take that one. But like, if I drop from, this one's the 15-meter wide one, but it's not direct drill, I could drop down to 12-meter wide one that's direct drill, and that saves me cultivating. So this one's faster, even though it's smaller, because I get to skip a whole step. Basically, the cultivator part does a light plowing to create a row that drills then feed the seed into, and the wheels of the cover the seeds again. Gotcha. Now, downside is with like they can only do that with seeders and planters for specific stuff. So in this case, where I'm doing the sugar cane, it doesn't work here. I am hoping this works for storm damage. Like right now, you can see the field where we've got these has a very clearly different texture. I'm gonna kind of go out of my way and take the sugarcane seeder. I'm just gonna go over to that spot and make sure it actually plants the sugarcane in it. If it does, great. We just go through and do the whole field. If it doesn't, I'm going to then turn around and get the plow and do that. Okay. I'm honestly debating going out of my way and turning back on the plow over 3. I don't know when or why I turned it off, or it got turned off at default at some point, because I don't remember turning it off. I definitely didn't turn it off during this run. It would have happened to it would have had to happen on a previous one. And I don't remember doing it. Obviously, it happened. But, like, really the only difference there is, like, where I'm doing the cultivator right now, I'd be doing the plow. That's the only difference. And the plow's a little bit more annoying to deal with because it kind of comes as, like, a long wedge. So it's a little bit slower and, like, you have to, like, lift and flip it and turn around and all that. It's not that bad. I know there's a lot of people who are really more upset about the plow than I tend to be. Like, I used to use the plow instead of a cultivator for the longest time. People are like, what are you doing? I was like, I don't have to weed. What do you mean? I don't have to weed. It's the same same size as the cultivator I would be using otherwise. Why would I not use the plow? That's just simple logic. They were right. I was wrong. But, I mean, I was right about what it did, but I was wrong about it being a good idea. You couldn't see anything since you're on the phone. You also have some other things taking your attention at the same time, but you get the idea. Such a combination machine have been attempted to be built since the 1800s. Yeah, no, they're absolutely a thing. Like, it's slick to see some of the farming stuff. Like, I've talked about there's when they do strawberries in Florida, when they go to do those strawberry fields, it's not like they go through and they do, you know, they set the ridge, then they plastic, then they, it's one whole assembly line thing. That they have a tractor going, and at one part of the tractor they have this, it's just a glorified metal plate. It's just really a big freaking plate. And all it does, it just kind of mashes the dirt down so you get your little ridge. And then the next thing that comes over, it's effectively, if you've ever seen like the rolls of saran wrap, it's a thicker like white plastic, but it's basically saran wrap. So next machine, like right behind that metal plate, is just a bunch of these rollers, and they just kind of like put this plastic layer over where they're going to plant the strawberries. And then like right behind that machine, it's super low tech looking. It's basically a hole punch. Like just one half a hole punch that just spins around, just pops a little hole as it goes. And then right behind that, they've got a little thing that just has like the little teeny tiny strawberry plants and just drops them into that hole. And then I don't actually remember the part that covers it up. But you get the idea. It's just one thing that drags behind it that's this big, long series of like 4 or 5 different machines, effectively. Yeah, there's single machines that are 5 in 1 now. Cultivator, seeder, fertilizer, weeder, roller. Yeah. And the thing I'm talking about, it might be fertilizing as well. I have genuinely no idea. But like, it was pretty much that. You just drove down a straight line. Just drive down a straight line. And, you know, this side of it, you've just got all your dirt and all that's been, you know, torn up from doing your previous year's harvest, and then the weathering, and then storms and all that. And then on the other side, you have, like, these perfect rows with strawberries down the middle of them. Well, strawberry plants down the middle of them. Actually, now I think about it, I don't think they showed us how they plant the onions. Because that's the whole thing, like when they have the strawberry festival here, they always like to have a bunch of the agriculture equipment out there to show how it actually works and all that. Because they're trying to get young people interested in farming and all that, because it's hard to find people who want to do that. But like, they do like, it's 3 or 5 rows or whatever of strawberries, and they do a row of onions for getting rid of the pests. I don't think they show how they do the onions. Because they do the ridge thing, so I assume it's just they would swap the spot where the strawberries go in. It'd need to be a different machine. Well, maybe it doesn't need to be a different machine. I would expect it to be a different machine. Oh, it doesn't go on the ground till April. What am I doing? I was like, why is it not working? Right, it's October. None of this matters in October. We plant that in... No, sorry, we plant that in March. We don't plant that in April. We plant that in March. Okay. So let's look at our sale prices. Nothing going on there. Let's check on our greenhouse. So see, there's some other companies that have designed really big production machines, and each component has its own hitch, including power transfer. So you just attach each trailer you want with the required tasks and creating trains with 3 different ones. It does, Duck, but my field's been getting damaged by hail and tornadoes, and we kind of hit that point where it's starting to get damaged enough that's like, alright, we gotta redo it. And that's a mechanic you can turn off if you want. What happens is when hail and tornadoes hit, it'll like kill a little spot in your field over time, like as it gets damaged. And like 1 or 2 of those doesn't matter. You're talking like a fraction of a percent. But over like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, you have your field, it starts to add up. We're like genuinely, it's like, oh wait, that's actually a decent amount of damage we've been building up here. Alright, so it was March. Let's double check this. So March is when we plant the sugarcane. And then April we do the rice. Alright, Nitro, you have a good day at work and all that. And we don't care about any of this. Yep, so you just need to get to March. And like I said, March, we deal with the sugarcane. After the sugarcane's dealt with, April, we go and we plant the rice. Then we get to September, we harvest the rice. Then October, we harvest the sugarcane. We had a little bit more on this each time. July, we sell all our sugar. Did I miss something? Let's see. Probably just gets really expensive doing that with actual computer control precision farming method. Like choosing the fertilizer alignment precisely, but it works in one go. Yeah, no, that's the big thing in real life is just the cost. Like even in game, when you look at like me getting the things with the like when I get the sprayer with the fertilizer thing, it adds like 20, 30, 40% to the price. It's a lot. Like for the cheap ones, for the expensive ones, it's not as bad. But it adds a ton of cost onto it. So I could absolutely see it being a thing, like, you know, obviously you'd love to have that equipment, but it's going to be real pricey. But then the catch-22 is you get that equipment, and it saves you so much fertilizer. Oh, there goes a tornado. Okay. But now with this... Is the music from Hard Space Shipbreaker? It is. Which is an excellent game. Alright, so I'm going to go to this patch right over here on the edge. And we're going to start right here. And the reason I'm choosing to start right here is this is where one of the spots that got really badly, like, tornado slash hurricane, or not hurricane, tornado slash, hail damaged. And I want to see if where we cultivated this, if it fixed it. I mean, it looks fine. Now, the downside is, this one's a little harder on the ground in game to tell what is and isn't planted. It's a little darker, but it's not nearly as distinct as when we had plowed the field and is all ridged and bent up and all that. And then, you know, you flatten it out when you're planting. It's fine, like, it'll work. But yeah, so we're replanting our sugarcane. The field's gotten enough damage over time that I was like, alright, let's clean this up, let's do it. So it's gonna take us a hot minute to do that, because unfortunately, we do have the bigger of the sugarcane planters, but it's still pretty small. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in. The cultivated and seeded textures are too close to each other in Farm Sim 25. I'd agree. That it would be better for it to be a far more noticeable difference. Yeah, no, I get on the mini map, and that's good to know, like, oh, did I miss a spot? But in the game is where I'm gonna have to try and line myself up to figure out, or like in the main window is where I'm gonna have to try and like line myself up and be like, oh, where did I miss a spot? Okay, there it is, let's get that. Which means noticing the difference in the texture. And that's the kind of thing, is like the texture is pretty close. Okay. It is interesting that we have the little line along there. And also the downside is because of how high volume everything related to the sugarcane is, I will need to, like, top off my sugarcane a couple of times before we are done. Now, it is supposed to be a thing that you're able to, like harvest your sugarcane and then kind of like use it as seed for the for like redoing your fields or whatever. I don't see a reason you'd want to do that unless you're trying to like go all in on sugarcane, so you're gonna use like one field of sugarcane to bootstrap your second field of sugarcane. But honestly, at that, I'd be like, you know what, I'll just buy the sugarcane for seeding the field. I think that's still just the right answer. Because the other night you had a dream that you were in a fight with Chuck Norris and you woke up with black eyes and a busted lip. You woke up with a black eye and a busted lip. I mean, did you like bring your face down in your bedpost or something? Because that is something I did growing up one time. Is I went to bed and I woke up the next morning and my face felt funny and I had a black eye and I had like, you know, where I had like dried blood in my nose. And as best as I could tell, sometime during the night, I had just turned and just thwacked my face on the bedpost or whatever. And apparently didn't wake up. But I must have gotten myself pretty good. You'd probably find that the amount of harvested crop that would be used for reseeding would be a low percent. Oh no, I absolutely agree. The problem is you'd have to be dumping that seed on the ground somewhere and store it without modding storage. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's kind of my point was the second thing, not the first thing. The second thing was just like, okay, but I gotta keep this somewhere and all that stuff. And specifically, price of a computer-controlled precision farming being more expensive as compared to without the computer. They have a purely mechanical control type, which nowadays is virtually non-existent. The price is must be much higher. Yeah, I have no idea. Okay. They're doing her head rows real fast on getting her sugarcane sorted out. Hi.
Hello, husband. I was gonna head to bed, you guys.
Okay.
Unless there's something I can do for you.
Do you mind grabbing me a drink?
One drink?
Yeah, that's fine.
I can grab you 2 drinks.
Sure.
Okay.
I love you.
I love you.
I was just thinking, it's like, man, my drink's getting low. I'm gonna have to get up and grab a drink. That's convenient. Seems fantastic. Okay. Yeah, no, Tomb is excellent. Get a sippy to keep the body semi-fluid. Fact.
2 drinks.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I love you.
Love you lots.
You sleep well.
Thank you. You sleep well.
I'll try.
I know. You're the best husband.
And you're the best wifey. And all of chat has to deal with that knowledge.
Oh, people said things. Hi, Dark Striker.
They always say things.
Hi, the very last Lardine. Hi, Infinity Simplex. Hi, Dark Striker again. Not because I go like this. Hi, the very last Lardine.
Mm-hmm. That's the reason you have your own emote.
It's an excited emote. It goes.
Mm-hmm.
I love you.
I love you too. Is there anything bigger for planting, harvesting sugarcane? No, not without mods. That's honestly one of the difficulties with a lot of the specialty crop in the game, is a lot of specialty crop in the game are fairly limited in the harvester and seeder side. Your cute couple? Thank you. We get that a lot. But yeah, no, that's one of the big problems. Like, for example, the spinach and all that has the same issue where it's like the spinach, green beans, peas, and there was another one. Like, all of them, the front of their harvester is like it's either like 4 or 6 meters wide, and there's just no bigger. And those ones, one of the big negatives is the internal capacity of the harvesters are relatively small. And you kind of have to like roll up next to them, it kind of just tips it out the side. And so it's really tricky to try and like drive along and tip it in. You kind of have to stop a lot of times, like properly let the thing get in place. If you're coordinated, you can get it to work, but it's a little trickier than like, you know, your typical pipe out. But there's a lot of these, especially like the potatoes have a relatively small harvester, if I remember correctly. The all the root crop have a relatively small harvester. The beet, or the sugar beet, have a relatively small harvester, and it's just kind of one of those things. About the only crop that has like a very generously large harvester is all of your like grains. All of your grains, including long grain rice, you can get like the really, really big combines for. But the bulk of the specialty stuff is small. And to be fair, that's true in real life. What about corn? Corn uses the big one. Yeah, corn uses like the big combine. It's a different header than the other one, but they also are very large. But yeah, you know, your corn, your soybean, your wheat, your canola, all of that, you can use the big combine harvester. It's anything you can't use the big combine harvester, for the most part, you're going to be dealing with, yep, sunflower is the same header as the corn and the soybean. Alright. But yeah, it's one of the reasons why when it comes to a lot of the specialty crop that a lot of players don't engage with that too much. Or there's certain ones they will and won't. And then on top of that, you also have the stuff like the olives and the grapes. And honestly, if the olives and the grapes paid anything, they wouldn't be as bad. But in Farm Sim 22, they were way worse, because the way the harvester works in that, if we pretend that like this is my trellis with the grapes, the harvester kind of makes a C over it, or a U over it, and just passes over it and collects it from the sides. It's kind of the issue. Is now it's a lot better. That's a lot easier to maneuver and not snag on it constantly. But it's definitely one of those things that in Farm Sim 22, it was just painful to get that to behave. When you have to do it yourself, the AI can't handle it. That's one of the few jobs that the AI can't really do. Let's see. Mobile app, might you do me a favor and not cut out the auto right in the middle of a roll sentence? This is a bug still hasn't been fixed for almost 4 years. Yeah. Tasmanian poppy farms are required by law to be under high security. Interesting. The largest grain combine is 13.7 meters. Yeah, which is, for a harvester, which is plenty big. But yeah, a lot of the specialty crop, the harvesters are 6 meters wide or smaller. And like I said, that's kind of one of the big reasons why there is a lot of the specialty crops that you know, people will do it for the novelty once or twice and then not touch it ever again. There are ones that are actively rough. Like, that would be the thing. For me, when it comes to a lot of the specialty crops, it's the ones that mechanically don't work well. And I would say that's carrots, parsnips, was it turnips? Or, it's the 3 root crops and the sugar cane. And that the reason, and like the whole problem with them is because there is no internal storage, mechanically the AI can't handle it. Let's say, I want to thank you for looking at the Solar Road conversation, Fred. I appreciate your consideration to your thoughts on that. Yeah. For those who didn't catch, you know, Jeff had mentioned the other thing, and I had looked at the video mentioned, and, you know, like it's kind of one of those things that there had been a link on the video that maybe was or was not good, but, like, the link was no good anymore, so at the time the video was probably good, but, you couldn't find out much. But, I had looked at, like, solar roads broadly, and the company that was being kind of gone through was like, here's this company, it's no good. And it sounded more like it was investor bait, like that it was, like, when I say investor bait, not that it was like straight up a scam, but they were kind of promising the moon and the stars to try and get investors, which is still scummy or whatever. But all the things I saw with people actually doing solar roads, you know, were different organizations. So that organization might have been on the up and up, may have not been, whatever. But and that's part of the reason why when it started at the beginning, where it was mentioned, you know, solar roads are a scam, I pushed back. Because, sure, that organization company could potentially be entirely a scam. You might be, like, that might be entirely true. But, like, the broader concept of the product, I'm like, no, it might not be viable, feasible, you know, what's the word I want to use? Not productive, I'll speak as the P. Practical, that's the one. Might not have been practical, but, you know, sometimes you gotta tinker and figure it out. How goes the farm? It goes good. I'm fixing a lot of hail damage. Yeah, and that's the thing. I fully agree that most likely solar roads are not practical. That I don't disagree with. I am definitely on the team of, you know, find your parking lots, put the solar panels over top of them. You've got a bunch of open space. People want their cars to not get a bunch of sun on them and get ruined. Win, 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 win. Everybody wins. You're using what's effectively dead space. You're protecting people's cars, and you're generating power. No brainer. Let's go. You know, there's other, like, roofs of buildings, and especially, like, in a lot of places, makes sense, let's go. But the roads, it's like, man, there's a lot of stuff that makes that. Like, don't get me wrong, I get the logic that roads take up a very significant measurable portion of the surface of the world. And if in theory we could make those all solar roads, power generation's solved. And because roads connect long points between them, if you're running a, you know, sufficient wiring between the different cities, you could actually solve the, like, well, day-night use case problem by the fact that, like, while I'm peak power here in Florida, you're not peak power, like, 1 or 2, like, time zones over, that you can have the grid kind of supporting each other different area by chaining it all together. And obviously there's lots of logistics problems because you're going to need some massive throughput between all that stuff and all that. Like, that would be a significant engineering undertaking. Like, we have massive power grids that connect like that, but that would be a lot of load going one way that we would have infrastructure stuff that would start to buckle and need to figure out. But at the same time, bulletproof glass, roads, and all that stuff is the whole thing. But the massive issue here is Australia power companies wanting to lease farmland to turn into solar farms, concrete the entire field, etc. It's enticing to farmers in drought areas because leasing off 1 or 2 fields can financially keep them alive, but those fields are useless for anything else. Yep. Let's see. Material science hasn't yet caught up with the abrasion that occurs with the weight of vehicles necessary to make that viable. So that was actually one thing that I did see, because he had it on his, like, Patreon, where it's like, they say this glass will, like, not be scratched by asphalt. And he's like, let's see if that is true that glass is harder. It's like, well, that's not what they said. It said their proprietary bulletproof / bomb resistant glass was. Versus he just had like a coffee pot. Like a glass coffee pot. It's like, that's not the same. Not all glass is the same. That said, again, I don't think those are. But that was one I would nitpick him on and be like, alright, that's not exactly what they claimed. That's being a little much. Hear me out, there's also nuclear power which is clearer than fossil fuels as long as you respect the neutrons that keep the subtlety to code. Right, but it's also those things, and I completely agree that nuclear is something we should have more of, especially in replacing of coal and all that. But I would also not say that nuclear in itself is also a free ticket, because the problem with nuclear is once you have your spent waste, that crap sticks around for a real long time. And that is a difficulty. And you can bury it in the ground, but it still takes a very, very long time for it to go away. So it's kind of one of those things like, is nuclear green power? It's definitely one of those ones where you go, depends on how you want to define green. Like, is it environmentally friendly? Yeah, it depends on how you want to define environmentally friendly. I'm not being like anti-nuclear. I think we should use nuclear in places where like solar and wind doesn't make sense. But there's definitely a thing where we shouldn't just be like, everything's nuclear. Like, there's definitely a pro and a con there. And then plus it also requires, like, you know, enriching uranium and yada yada and all that stuff. But yeah, so broadly speaking, if an area is reasonably useful for solar it up. If an area is reasonably useful for wind it up. But yeah, if we can crack the waste disposal and stop using it for weapons, the human race would be... Oh yeah, no, if you could just find a way, like... Even if we could find some, like, hot garbage form of fusion, like... Pretend we find a form of, like, cold fusion that we can defission the, or basically we can deradiate the waste. Let's ignore the fusion side. Pretend we can go to the spent materials from nuclear fission, which is what our nuclear power plants run on, and we could somehow just wave a hand and make that waste not as harmful. Like, even if it's just, okay, well, now I just got loose metal, so it's just kind of your regular old garbage. But, like, get rid of the radiation, which, for the record, completely implausible for a whole range of reasons, but let's just pretend. Then suddenly, there's just no brainer. We go all in on nuclear. But, that's the unfortunate reality. That'd be the same as being like, imagine for a reality where we had coal, and we could burn coal, and no carbon was released into the atmosphere. It's like, right. You know, I too would like a winning lottery ticket. Without playing, by the way. To be honest, nuclear fission has the large problem of costing just really a lot for actual units sold to power, and not being able to adapt to consumption. It can only and must provide a certain amount, a high percentage of its capacity, power permanently. It's feasible for base drain consumption, but even then, still expensive. Yeah, there's like pros and cons of everything. When your last federal government lost the last election, the power prices went through the roof immediately after. Something government knew was coming, and then they blamed the new government. Started pushing nuclear power plants, ignoring the... It would estimate 30 years before we'd see the nuclear power plants. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's one of those things that, like, I think nuclear is part of the answer. I don't think it is the answer. Just like, even as much as I'm very much on board with, like, solar and wind and some of the other novel ones we're coming out with, I also think they're part of the answer, but not the answer. That's kind of one of those things. I don't think... Almost all of these problems you deal with at scale, there is nuance there where it's like, there isn't a solution. It is a combination of things. And that's what I was talking about, like, there are areas that it's no-brainer, you put up solar panels. Like, it's freaking sunny all day, clear skies, and you put up solar panels. Where you put them up, that's a whole a whole other discussion. But, you know, solar is going to be just gangbusters for you there. Then you got other areas where you got these like narrow passages where all this wind comes through. You're like, cool, put up wind turbines. And like, don't get me wrong, there's ones that are better and worse. There's some that are better at not being harmful to birds or whatever and all that. But yeah. And then it's like, there's some place where it's like, you know what? The sun is unreliable, it's always cloudy, it's always rainy, we don't expect it to produce well, solar doesn't make sense, there's just not enough wind to justify wind power in that place. And that's where a lot of times you go, yep, well, I mean, the reality is we gotta use something that's not renewable. Like, that's where you'd have, like, nuclear and all that. And even with the solar and the wind, there's definitely times where sometimes it's good to still have a backbone of, like, a nuclear power plant in the area to, like, be kind of one of the providers for, like, when you have an unusual thing. Hydroelectric, well, I mean, that's like, hydroelectric's probably the hardest one to have consistent places because you have to have flowing water and all that. Like, don't get me wrong, there's places hydroelectric makes sense and is, again, part of the solution. But that has the exact same argument as solar and wind. Except I would argue hydroelectric has the highest limitations because you have to have a sufficient body of flowing water. And yeah, you can build reservoirs and all that. But that is a much more, like, large-scale project. And again, far more limited in where you can put it. Yeah, tide power has been one that's been talked about as well, about the ability that when high tide comes in, it would fill in what's effectively a giant reservoir, and as the tide comes back out, you would then use that to turn a bunch of turbines. Like, that's one they're still trying to prove, like, would it be effective or reliable enough to be worth doing? But definitely it's one to be, because, like, that's the moon's gravity. It's the same with companies that talked about starting to make RAM, because the current global storage of RAM estimates are that it would take 10 years for those new manufacturers to start producing enough RAM to make an impact at all. Yep. But the hydroelectric's possibilities are 98%, if you remember correctly, already exhausted nowadays. Yeah, and in the US, it's not too far off, like, because it's not only you need flowing water, you need elevation, you need a whole lot of other stuff, or at least you need the water source to be high enough, and yada yada. So a lot of our hydroelectric dams, for the most part, are on the west coast just due to the mountainy areas up there and where all that water comes from. It's not exclusive. We got some in the middle of the country. We got some in, like, the Carolinas, I want to say, have some, because there's lots of, like, really hilly areas over there. But yeah. But you go to the middle of the country, it's flat. It's just flat. And then you go to some place like the Mississippi, you've got the flowing water, but it likes to move all over the place. And there's just not really a good opportunity to try and put a dam there, and plus it's a major trade route, and if you put a big dam in the way, now it's not. Yeah, so, like, that's the whole thing, is hydroelectric is great. But it is definitely one of those ones that, out of your types of power, is probably the most limited on where you can put it, and it be worth doing. So, like, if you got a spot that's good, put it there. Absolutely. Zero questions asked. Shove that sucker right on in. Not that hydroelectric doesn't have its own environmental problems. It does. But as far as ignoring that, like, the power generation, like, obviously, that's the truth with, like, all, like, I would consider hydroelectric renewable as well. All your renewable powers, there's going to be some place you can, some place you can't use, some place it makes, maybe it's not going to be peak efficient or whatever, but it'll still be good enough. And our place, like, it'll make some power, but, like, it's really on the fence if it's worth bothering in that spot. But yeah. But that's again where we got into there's nuance. We need to get started on our Dyson Sphere to charge the sun some rent. That's oh man, what book was it? There was a book, and it was someone who must have just liked Dyson Sphere, But that was the whole thing. It was like, oh yeah, you know, we finally solved that power crisis, the energy crisis on Earth by building a Dyson sphere. And you're like, you do realize that yes, building a Dyson sphere, which is basically a big old ball around the sun, to effectively produce near infinite power, because, you know, you're basically capturing all that power from all directions of the sun. And you could, in fact, in theory, solve the energy crisis on Earth that way. I don't exactly know how you are going to beam and or tether the power from your Dyson sphere to Earth, but let's handwave that for a minute. The problem is, the way the Dyson sphere works is you're capturing all of the power from the sun. Which means that power's not getting to Earth in its initial form, which is light, UV, and all that. Which means you've now made Earth completely uninhabitable without a dependence on electricity for everything alive. Not just humanity, literally everything alive, because you've now made like all energy coming from the sun stop going there. Which, and again, you can be like, oh, well, in real life we can make a ring. That's not what the book did. The book made a Dyson sphere. A sphere that fully went around it. And I was like, yeah, man, you used a cool sci-fi word, but you didn't think through the implications of that thing. Alright, where's our specialty crops? Because I need some more boxes of the sugar cane. Let's see, there's a hydroelectric dam in Tasmania, with much of the power generated sold to Victoria. Over the decade ago, nasty drought resulted in water restrictions. To most of the country, there was a proposal for Victoria to help Tasmania protect the dam and build a pipe to provide drinking water for Victoria. Reasons would be that the water that the dam flows out of the sea is 10 times that of the entire water needs of Victoria. Instead, they built a desalination plant that has spent 90% of its time since the build turned off. Excellent. That means they can sell... Like, that's the thing. It wasn't a dystopian, like, you know, the horrible, like, people controlling basic needs kind of book. It would have been a good one for it. But instead it was just kind of a thing there, and you're just like, you would literally be paying the power company to turn on your lights, the only lights, because you've blacked out the sun. Like, this is the setup for your, you know, dystopian corporations took over the world and sold you your basic needs, that, you know, they blocked out the oceans and then sold you the water from them, like, kind of dystopian book. But it was just genuinely a relatively positive book. It was someone who was just, you know, kind of like, here's all these cool sci-fi things, you know, Dyson sphere and all that, and how in this perfect utopia they would have them. And it was the problem is you looked at, like, half of the things, like, no, this isn't even getting in, like, oh, you could do that, but people would never follow. Like, nothing like that. It's like, no, hang on. The thing you're proposing would end all life on Earth to solve our energy crisis. One of these is actually a bigger problem than the other. I mean, they could make a Dyson sphere outside the Earth orbit. Oh, jeez. That's not what they did in the book. You're not wrong. But I don't even want to think of the implications. I feel like you'd cook the Earth in that situation, because you'd be trapped inside of it. It is an interesting thing. I've never had anyone, like, mention in any type of sci-fi the idea of having a Dyson sphere that was more than, like, just holding the sun in it. Or the relative star, not necessarily the sun. What about Dyson sphere that's semi-porous? Yeah, no, again, it was the book. Like, the book just didn't address it in any meaningful thing. They were just like, yeah, we used the Dyson sphere to solve the problem. I'm wanting them to explain it badly and just be like, oh yeah, no, it was fine. We tethered an extension cable between the sun and Earth. It had a plexiglass window on the side that Earth was on. It's okay. And just the whole Dyson sphere rotated at the exact rate of Earth. Where normally you have, like, a solar eclipse, this is like, what would you even call, like, the concept of, so you have the solar eclipse, this is when, you know, like, an object bits between you and the sun. Or is that yeah, you're obstructing the sun, and you'd have a solar eclipse. What happens when everything is obstruction to the sun except the spot you're looking at? What do you call that hole? Because I feel like it doesn't have a name, but will then need one. Where did you get the materials for the actual Dyson sphere? Oh yeah, so that's if you, it's a shadow. Well, it'd be a not shadow. That's the point. It'd be the hole. It'd be the lack of shadow. A magnifying glass. That's the real answer. Going to say, isn't the premise of the Dyson sphere that it's a structure surrounding to capture all the energy on the star and send it directly to where you want? Well, usually with the Dyson sphere, the idea is the Dyson sphere is also where you live. So, like, it'll be like a giant utopia with the star captured in the middle. So that, you know, you have the power right there. But yeah, no, that's if you've ever read the Bobaverse books, one, they're definitely worth checking out. It is definitely a lot of geeking out to, like, you know, 70s, 80s, 90s sci-fi or whatever. But they do cover a species that has a Dyson sphere and how they acquire the materials for it. And let's just say it ain't good. Because to build a structure that is enough material to hold a star inside of it, which is typically going to be your largest celestial object by a very fair margin in your solar system, of which only the earlier planets usually have the types of materials you would be building that out of. You would need sufficiently more material than if literally you cored out all of the planets in your solar system. The mass part isn't actually that bad if you could do it at roughly a meter thick. Yeah, I don't think you'd be able to pull it off. Put it in the Lagrange point and focus it properly, a solar collector beam down to Earth. I mean, that still gets down to materials. But yeah, no, it's a fun. Like Dyson Sphere and some of those engineering products, there's some projects you propose, not because they should actually be worked on, because there's just very deep flaws, but because the exercise of working through them gets you thinking in the way you need to do your profession and all that. That's, people like to make fun of that. Here in the US, we had a whole big thing where our emergency, you know, or I forget the organization, but it's for like planning for emergency situations, like, you know, if there's a flood or a hurricane or, you know, a meteor strike or whatever, a pandemic, that they come up with all these plans being like, okay, how do we address this? Like, what is our procedures and all that? And they had a time where they were like, okay, we're going to plan for a zombie apocalypse. And people were like, this is stupid. They're wasting taxpayer dollars. It's like, no, they're not. This is training money. Yes, it's dumb that the zombie apocalypse isn't a thing. But when you look at half of the stuff they're dealing with, it's truly soul-sucking things. We're like, okay, we need to come up with a disaster plan where half the country potentially dies. And that is the win because it would have been 3/4 of the country had we intervened. And it can be a truly depressing thing to do that back to back to back about genuinely potentially serious actual things that happen, like if Yellowstone blows. And being like zombie apocalypse. It's not real. Like, we can make all these calls and we know it's not real. We can make the planning, we can go through procedures, we can practice the communications between the different departments and organizations and how we're going to handle the transfer of information to then apply it to those soul-sucking, painful ones to deal with, and not have that giant, heavy weight over us the entire time. As a species, we'll at some point start thinking about... I mean, we've definitely started thinking about moving it. Like, that's, a lot of things we're doing in space exploration is trying to set that up. Like, when you look at a lot of these things like missions to the moon and Mars and people go, what's the point? It's like, well, we're stuck on one planet. If something happens to Earth, we're done. Game over. But a lot of it is like, okay, well, how do we go to another planet? How do we do this feasibly? How do we support life there? And that's going to be thousands and thousands and thousands of these small, tiny tests. Small scale right now, plus very expensive. Oh yeah, no, that's honestly going to be like, if we were to ever be like, Mars, we've broken all possibilities and we've managed to make it, hospitable site, all science saying you can't do that. But we somehow did it. Because sci-fi discovery. And you make it hospitable. It's like, okay, well, how do we actually get the people there? Because with the tyranny of rocketry, the cost of moving any meaningful number of people or resources would be just completely unable to, like, it would be completely unfeasible. Like, just the, sheer energy cost and everything of getting things up. And that's where you have the things like, well, what about a space elevator? What about this? And all these kind of things. And that's the issue they're trying to solve, is going, how do we get people pretty much into orbit effectively? Because once they're in orbit, it's a lot easier. It's getting them off the planet is the hard part. Whether that's still the plan, you don't know. But you heard that was planned to be a gateway station that would be located at one of our Lagrange points. Has been scrapped? Yeah. So that math works out that Jupiter is 10 times more volume than the volume required to make 1 meter thick sphere on that. Well, the problem with that is Jupiter isn't made out of your metals and all that. That's the catch, is it's usually only the earlier inner planets that are made out of, like, your rocks and your metals and all these kind of things that you're going to be building that. Like, Jupiter would be great to tap for energy and various resources, because it's got, like, all the hydrogen, helium, and all these gases that are highly useful. But the challenge is you're going to need lots of metals and plastics and these kind of things. But sure, also 1AU sphere is way bigger than SC. Agreed. Generation sleeper ships using crap. That's not... I understand those are cool words, Starstrider. We're talking about getting off the ground. Your generation ship can sit in space all at once. We gotta get there first, man. Gotta get off the ground. That's the hard part. I wouldn't say space elevators have been proven fantasy. That'd be too strong. We don't have the means of making them now with our current technology. The big problem with space elevators more than anything else is that you've effectively got, here's Earth, you got this giant lever sticking off the side of it, and you've got all the forces pushing against it. It is going to be a massive engineering undertaking to be able to make something that can hold up to being spun around like that with all the wind and everything else going against it. If you remember correctly, the current tech could build a space elevator on the moon. That would make sense, because one of the big things is you've got this giant lever with wind blowing against the far end of it. Even if you make this like some very solid thing, when you consider the entire mechanical advantage created by this giant lever, it's just figuring out how to handle those types of forces. And then the other thing you run into, and it's a phenomena that, not a phenomena, that's not even the right word, it's a physics problem. It's a physics problem that a lot of people miss, is they'll be like, well, we just make it larger. But that's not the problem. One of the problems you run into is, like, if I build a wall out of stone, there's a certain point where I start putting stones on the top of my wall that the weight of the stone I'm putting on my wall exceeds the crushing force capabilities of the lower stones, where I literally crush these lower stones out there. And you can build it out and distribute the weight to a certain degree, but that also has its limitations as well. That you do eventually get to the point where you just can't put much on it. And so you need a material that can support its weight going out that far. Which, thankfully, the Earth's atmosphere is incredibly thin. But you're still talking many kilometers of up. It'll also slow the rotation of the Earth. I've heard theory on that, and that's and I would believe that there'd be some of that. That's kind of the danger. There was oh man, there was, I think it was planned. There was a dam that had been planned, and I forget what the strait is that goes, like, you have the European continent comes out, and then you have, like, where you get to, like, Morocco on the bottom part and all that. And they were talking about putting a dam across the entirety of that, as, like, it was partially just being like we could solve all power problems. But then they went and they started doing the calculations on how that would affect the tide, and they're like, this will literally slow down the rotation of the Earth. Like, these are the physics we're talking about. We can't move forward with this. Like, it would be fine for some unknown amount of time, but it's not like we can get that rotation of the Earth back anyway. We can't stick a rock on the side and then pushing that way. Let's see, you mean harnessing geothermal energy is technically cooling the planet faster than it naturally would? Yeah, I mean, right. Well, so to be clear, I don't think the idea is that you would tether the Earth and the Moon together. I thought the idea was that you would build a base on the Moon. You'd still be dealing with the problem of getting the hell off Earth, but once you got to the Moon, getting off the Moon would be very easy using a space elevator. That was my understanding. Not to solve the Earth escape problem. You need beyond geo. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that detail. My apologies. You were talking about the fact that, like, the Moon goes around and where the gravity is all over the place. Yeah, I mean, in theory, you'd be able to make a rigid tower that'd be able, not just a tether, to do it. But again, then you're back to the physics problem of the forces you're talking about at that scale, you know, are mind-boggling. That's one of the things that I was thinking. Oh, yeah, no, right. Yes. It would definitely be the easier thing to put it on the Moon, but yeah, no, I would agree that, I mean, even then, even if we did have the technology, which I would agree I don't think we do, getting the materials up to the Moon to build it, you're still kind of in the same problem. You're talking an absolutely ludicrous amount of materials. Like, you know, geoengineering volumes of materials that you now have to rocket up one rocket at a time, of which, you know, you're back to, okay, for every pound sending up on a rocket, the price go up, resources go up, all that. There's also zero reason to do the space elevator on the Moon. The energy required to lift off the Moon is stupidly tiny. Yep. Yeah. No, I mean, at that point, you'd be better off just having a space station and then taking stuff from Earth to space station, then relaying it away and not fighting the energy twice. I mean, the Moon's energy be way, way, way less. But, like, why fight another source of gravity when you can ignore it? Only 10% of the rocket is payload. It's abysmal. And the bigger it gets, the worse that ratio gets. That's the real kicker. All the rocket to get your thing up, and the bigger you make your payload, the more of it becomes rocket to deal with your payload. So you do not have a true hard limit on how, I mean, there is, because you'll run to the point where physics on just the metal being structurally sound, but the hard limit is way, way higher than the soft limit, that the soft limit is a very, very difficult to overcome issue. That it's just an exponential problem that just wildly gets out of hand really fast. that was the reasons why the Apollo missions were so impressive in their time. Like, the amount of extra rocket we needed just to do that stuff was a massive step up. Saturn V was a miracle state. The thing that blows my mind about, like, you know, the Apollo missions, the Saturn V and all that, is all those things they were doing, and they were using primarily Newtonian physics. Like, there has been so much advancements in physics and mathematics since then. That's like, it's like trying to land on the moon using a Casio calculator. That's being unfair. They had more than that. But like, you look at what we understand about the physics and science and all that involved, and it is straight up like going, yeah, we're gonna hit this target with a bow and arrow from a mile away by doing a whole lot of, you know, not guesswork, because that's not fair, but a whole lot of estimates. It's like you're just dropping decimal points off everything and be like, yeah, it's probably good enough. Which again is not what they're doing. We learned a lot, partially from those missions, among other things, and it is mind-boggling that they didn't just straight up miss the moon by a very large margin, or just like smash down to the ground or anything like that. Like, for all the precision they had to do, the rocket had to be tolerant of imprecision. Like, that's, if you ever find yourself in Central Florida, you can go what's known as the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. It's the big tourism part of NASA. I mean, at least in Florida. And you can go over there, and they have the Saturn V. Like, the Saturn V, like, rocket stuff set up. They have a lot of the actual artifacts. And then, you know, of course, a lot of that got burnt up in the atmosphere, so they don't have parts of it. But, you know, they've got, like, the whole mock-up to scale and everything where you can, like, stand in there and be like, dear God, look at this thing. It is a very, very great experience if you are into space. If you're not into space, you might not have the greatest time, because there's no rides or anything there. The ride there is you hop on a bus to go out to, like, visit NASA headquarters, go to the well, you don't go into the vehicle assembly building, but you go around the vehicle assembly building. You go to, it's called the LC-39 Observation Gantry, which is a whole lot of mouthful of words for, it's a thing that looks at the landing pads. They just happen to be the landing pads LC-39A and LC-39B, of which LC-39A and B were used for the space shuttles. There are two other launch pads you could see from there in the day, but those were pretty much never used after the beginning, because 39A and B could handle the largest rockets you're making, and the older pads are for smaller stuff. They mostly use the older ones once in a while for stuff for Patrick Air Force Base. Now, I believe they got two new pads on there now that are way bigger for Artemis and some of these other ones, the Super Heavies and all that they're building. Is this Cape Canaveral? Yes, this would be Cape Canaveral in the Merritt Island Nature Reserve. It's a complicated thing because it's like, technically, if you want to look at Kennedy Space Center, where is it? Well, technically, it's in a city called Titusville on Cape Canaveral, even though Titusville is inland from Cape Canaveral. Which is the only thing that people would ever be aware of. Like, have you been to Titusville? It's like, have you been to Space Center? It's like, oh, I guess I have been there. Because the only other thing Titusville's known for is bioluminescence kayaking, which is pretty cool. Doesn't have the same draw. Doesn't draw people from world round. But yeah, like it's one of those places you go, and then people be like, should I get the bus tour? And the answer is, if you showed up and you didn't get on the bus tour, you made a mistake. You shouldn't have bothered. The bus tour is like 90% of the reason you go there, because that's, again, that would take you out. They'll take you past the crawler that would bring the shuttle out there. You know, they'll go to the place where you can see the launch pads. You'll drive really close to the VAB where you can like look up and go like that. They'll take you to headquarters. At least I think they still take you to headquarters. That could be wrong on that one. They used to. But they will take you to Saturn V, which is like the big stop. You get to wake up to rocket launches over your house once a week, and sometimes not in the middle of the night. That's where I grew up. I grew up on the Space Coast. I have been woken up by many a rocket. And while, like, you get to the point that the day launches, you're like, it's a launch. Whatever. Night launches never get old. Night launches never get old. You just go out there, it's like, it's nighttime. It's daytime. It's nighttime. Because that sucker lights up the sky. Okay. So, the pH is kind of a mixed bag. I believe we're going to need to go through here and weed. Do we still have the truck that transports 7.5 to the launch pad? That tracked vehicle. Oh yeah, that's the crawler. The crawler, which goes a blindingly fast 2 miles per hour without load. Under load, it's 1 mile per hour. I think that was the numbers. Like, whoo boy. It moving. Where they actually had to go on the path that they were going to have it on. They had to dig, I can't remember how deep it was. It was something like 60 feet deep, and then like compact the ground with stone and everything, so it wouldn't just sink in and get stuck. And it wasn't even because swamp, it was because it's freaking heavy. I wanna say it was each tread individually was like 20 ton or something, or 8 ton. I have the numbers wrong. I used to do the tours out there, but it's been 20 plus years. Yeah, that was always one of the favorite ones. It's like, this thing, you know, this puppy, when you fully open it, can go 2 miles per hour. Unless there's a rocket on it, then it goes 1. Your kids are excited for every rocket that launch. You try to keep that energy with them because it's not something everyone can see. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things, like, it is very much a privilege to see all that, and it's fascinating that, like, it can lose its magic. Again, the daylight ones can absolutely lose their magic after a while. But yeah, no, absolutely, if you can foster that interest and that excitement and all that. Like, don't get me wrong, there's still, like, particularly, like, oh, this is the largest rocket, or, oh, this rocket is doing this particularly interesting mission. Those ones will still kind of hold you. But, like, the actual, like, rocket go up, you definitely get a point, it's like, oh, it's just another satellite going up. Whatever. You definitely get to that point. Or, like, you gonna go and look at the rocket? No. You going to? It's a fun bioluminescence fact. The water in the strait I live near has microscopic algae that glows when disturbed. This can be really cool to see at night. It can also be really scary depending on the size of the disturbing force. Like, oh heck, is making it glow. I believe that's the same thing that happens over in, like, you know, by the Space Center in the reserve there. I believe it is an algae as well that you kind of like run your hand through the water, it just ripples rainbow colors behind it, and it's all, you know, like bright and fluorescent looking and all that. One SpaceX rocket that launched a few years ago, clear cold evening, made a bloom that people could see from Colorado. Really brought back the magic. I hadn't heard about it being seen from Colorado. Like, I'm these days I'm not at the Space Coast anymore, but that's kind of like my stomping grounds as my early 20s and teens. And like even as big as the Artemis and all that kind of stuff, you know, I'm inland Central Florida, and I could barely make it out. Like I could say the one problem was it was just too much cloud cover. You saw like just a tiny little speck, and it disappeared behind clouds. And you saw it a little bit. I'm definitely used to being able to see it up closer, where you see like, you obviously don't see the rocket itself without some type of visual aid like binoculars, but you would see, you know, the glow of the rocket engines, and then sometimes you can make when the rockets would split off, the solid rocket boosters with the shuttle. You're West Coast? Oh yeah, no, I'm right. So like, yeah, no, I was East Coast. So whenever the shuttle would come in, you hear the boom, boom, and the whole house would shake for a moment, because the shuttle would give 2 sonic booms, sometimes 3, but typically 2 sonic booms. Because the front of the shuttle would hit, and then the wings would hit, going at supersonic speeds. Yeah, and that used to happen all the time. You'd forget because you'd remember the shuttle going out, because you'd always remember the day it was going to go out, but you'd forget when it was coming back, and you'd be doing something, you'd hear that boom, boom, and like again the windows would shake and all that. It was like the whole city that would happen. And it would surprise you sometimes. Yeah, we don't have any manned rockets, and you don't think our rockets match the size they launch on the East Coast. Yeah. Yeah, no, we would do the big ones over there. Like, I would not want to go back to living over in that part for reasons completely unrelated to the Space Center. Politics. But I do miss the Space Center. That part of it I miss. I also miss like, well, I wasn't very much a beach person. There is something about just kind of going up to like, you know, the Indian River, or like going up to the ocean, you know, seeing the manatees and the porpoise and all that kind of stuff. There was a lot of cool things around that, and I do miss that part of it. But, you know, there's always a pro and the con everywhere. I don't think I'd want to live there again. Unrelated to like the politics side, hurricanes are bad enough in the middle of the state. I want to go back to the coast. The Falcon Heavy can launch from Vandenberg on the west coast, just not very often. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the information I'm behind on at the Space Center, because like when I used to work out there, like I knew about all the not landing pads. There was a landing runway, but you know, all the launch pads. But I do know like the big change they had since I was out there working is they did add 2 way bigger launch pads. But you know, I'm not out there anymore, so you'd be like, you know, oh, can you tell me what that is? Like, no, actually I can't. I have no idea what that is. Let's see, your parents lived in Ponce Inlet, and they could hear the Daytona 500 race from their deck. That race is loud. Oh, yeah. No, I would not want to be around Daytona. Like, Daytona is really cool to go to. And I used to go there. I used to ride a Harley when I was a teenager. Was not mine. It was my pop's. But, I used to ride that Harley. Well, I mean, it was effectively, like, it was his, but, like, he would let us use it whenever we wanted kind of thing. I used to go there for like Bike Week and Bike-toberfest and all that, and there was a lot of cool stuff at Daytona. I have zero desire to live in a place that loud. You lived in Daytona 20 years. You would not go back. You know. There's fun stuff at Daytona. I have no desire. I have no desire to live there. Visiting is great. I don't know if it's still around because it's been over 10 years, but there used to be this bar that was borderline like an Ewok village. That was like a really popular stuff. I want to say it was like North Daytona. I could be wrong. It's been a hot minute. But like it was a really neat place to go to. Just like all these like walkways between stuff and everything. I don't know if it's still around. I'd be surprised if it was gone. Like, it was like one of the hot places to go if you were visiting for like Bike Week. Okay, so I believe we've got all this sorted. What time is it, by the way? Okay. Was that the Highlander? The name doesn't sound right, but it's also going by memory, so that could be it. My brain isn't ringing bells on that. But admittedly, I was more going with like a group of people, and I didn't always catch the names of the places we went. Okay, so we've got you sorted. Is there anything else I need to deal with this in-game day? The water is good for a greenhouse. We don't sell till July. The big thing is the sugarcane sorted? That's what we care about. And I believe it is. It's planted. The pH is only okay. That's not going to impact us too badly. We're still going to get 121% of our possible yield. Whereas 125 is the max. Restaurant up the road, deck at back. This sounds like... No, I don't think it's a Highlander. It was a much... Like, it wouldn't be a restaurant. It would be like... I think it had like 4 bars at it, a full-on stage. There was a tree there with a bunch of motorcycles chained up, hanging down from it. I can't remember the name of it. They had a burn pit, which is for motorcycle, or burn out pit. It's been a long time. Okay, so today... Plant that. Although it would have been north end of Ormond. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, no, that's, like, as well as ones that, like, it wasn't in Daytona, it was kind of, like, out in the sticks, but, like, Daytona-ish. But that was, like, one of the big destinations for bikers and all that during, Bike Week, Biketoberfest. It was definitely one of those places that could get pretty rowdy. Which was not really my kind of scene. When fists started getting thrown, I wanted to be not there. Which I didn't run into that there, but I do know like weekends during Bike Week and Biketoberfest, that place could get real dodgy from like people getting just drunk and getting into fights and all sorts of stuff. So I liked to go like middle of the week lunchtime kind of thing. That's the exact word you used to use? Oh, the rowdy? The one that stands out to me was farther south, like way outside Daytona area. Was there this place, I think it was called the Hog's Pen, which it quite literally had a hog's pen inside. Surprisingly, didn't fail health code violations, though pretty much everyone was waiting for it. That was the place that's like, man, you gotta be careful. You go in there, you're basically signing up to get into a fight. I did not go to that place like ever. That was a bunch of good old boys with nothing better to do than to slug it out on the weekends. That was up with the Cabbage Patch? Cabbage Patch is the name. I can't remember what that is, but that name rings a lot of bells. That's likely because any inspector got knocked out in the Hog's Pen. Yeah, no, that was a place, I only went in there once or twice. I was like, this is definitely not my scene. I, in my life, did not get in very many fights, and I would love to keep it that way. I'm not the kind of person that a good Saturday night is, you know, knocking someone's teeth out or anything like that. I was like, that is a way of life I do not understand, and I am content not understanding. More power to anyone who wants to live that way. You could just do your thing and I'll be over here. No, absolutely. You're not wrong. There are absolutely people who Friday night, 50-50, get into fist fight, pass out drunk. Maybe both. And that's, you know, that is a Friday night well spent. That is not my people. You know, if that's the way you live your life, hey man, don't let me spoil your fun. I'm gonna stay way out of that. I'm gonna stay a nice, safe distance from that. I don't even want to watch that. Like that's I know there's a lot of people who are into like combat sports and all that, like, you know, proper boxing. And I respect that it is a sport that is involved and has a lot of stuff going into a lot of those sports. But beating the crap out of each other is not a thing I even enjoy watching. Saturday night's alright for fighting. Elton John. The reality is Elton John just as one of those good old boys who like to slug it out. It's a good sound. Yeah, no, I know Saturday Night's Alright is an excellent song. What does this farm implement? This farm implement is a seeder. So we are currently putting long grain rice seeds in the ground, which means we're just putting long grain rice in the ground because the rice is the seed. But yeah, so we're gonna put that in here. And then I believe what we do is not today, but tomorrow in game we flood the field. And I gotta double check, I believe the next day we flood the field again. This first one, you can see all of these little gray plants. That is rice that didn't make it. We kind of had a scuff start on this field, but that's not unusual when you're doing these challenge runs and all that, and you do your very first go at a field. Are those weeds are destroying? It's actually rice that withered. So we got like 90-ish percentage of the rice did okay, and then we had some that withered. And I didn't catch if it was because, like, why I didn't catch why it withered. Because usually, like, if you harvest it later or whatever, it's not a little withered. You lose pretty much all of it. You don't want to harvest late in this game. It will wreck you. But in this case, I think it was either flooded too long or it took too long to start flooding. Usually when I've done rice in this game, which has only been for Farm Sim 25, because that's when they introduced it, I've used the other rice, because there's regular rice and long grain rice. And regular rice uses a bunch of specialty stuff, and it's kind of cool, but it's much harder to do a large field. And then you got long grain rice, and long grain rice, you mostly deal with it like you would your grains, with the one difference of you flood the field at 2 points. Alright. Bear with me, chat. I gotta use the restroom real fast, so I'm gonna do that, and I'll be back here in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. Okay. Yeah, no, yep. Yeah, the fact that the flooding of the field is primarily basically get rid of pests. Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, so sorry. Yeah, so you got stuck with the ad. So the reason these like little brown ones here, these aren't weeds. This is rice that withered. So we did lose some of our rice to the I don't know if I didn't flood the field early enough or if I flooded it too long. Because I haven't done the long grain rice often. I did it like once or twice before this. Because I definitely did all the crops.
Thank you Finstreak09 for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you Finstreak for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and use it here. And I do really appreciate that. And I hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. Yeah, no, I'll try, like, if someone asks a question and the ad interrupts it, like, I will try to repeat it if I catch it. Most of the time when I'm playing a game like Farm Sim or American Truck Sim or one of these games that, or even like RimWorld or whatever, where usually there's enough kind of like, you know, bandwidth, whatever you want to go with, that I can kind of really notice when the ads are coming. I can usually do a pretty good job of going, oh hey, an ad's about to happen. And I might answer and then go, oh wait, ad, and then like repeat myself. Sometimes I'll forget, which is totally fine. Like if that ever happens, by all means ask again. Like if you get caught in an ad, no problem, be like, hey man, got caught in an ad. You know, ask it again. I will try to be on top of it. There are times that I am playing games that just have no chill. Like when I played Project Zomboid in the past and like the helicopter shows up and everything's on 11. And, you know, you don't want people to miss that, but like, you know, you're locked in, really focused to trying to stay alive because Project Zomboid's permadeath. That like the ad comes and goes and you're just like, you're too busy full focused on the game. It's one of the downsides, as much as I've liked playing Project Zomboid in the past, one of the downsides is there are times that you just chat gets lost because, you know, the game doth decree it's going to get, you know, game's gonna get real sweaty for a minute. I missed a spot and I don't like that. There's a problem playing permadeath? I mean, that's Project Zomboid. You can turn off the permadeath stuff, but I would actually, like, not even because, oh, the game needs to be hard or anything, not even that. I would still say for Project Zomboid, it is designed around you dying and staying dead and starting a new run. Like, because even if you go back into your existing world, it's the thing you run into is now that your levels are much lower, it puts you off foot. And if you don't have permadeath, Project Zomboid is a game that you can complete things that are interesting and worth doing very rapidly if you don't have something to set you back. Because the way I see Project Zomboid mentally nowadays is like, just imagine you got this really long checklist of all the things you can do and you go, cool, got my backpack. That's off your list. It's gone forever. Until you die, that's a solved problem. Got my car. Yeah, eventually you'll trash your car, but you usually get the idea. You now reach the skill you can hotwire cars. Fair enough. And so it's kind of this checklist, and as you play, you tend to just keep ticking boxes off the list, and the list gets shorter and shorter and shorter. And that's kind of where the problem is. At the beginning, you have so many things to be doing to be productive, to accomplish your goals, and yada yada. And eventually you start seeing that list start winding down more and more. It's getting narrower and narrower in options. And then you find out, it's like, you know what, this one's on the list. I don't think I actually want to do that one. Like, that one's not as, I'm just not in the mood. And you eventually get to the point, it's like, what is there left? It's like, well, I guess I'll kill zombies? That kind of thing. And that's a problem you can run into. And it's actually not that hard to get to a point where you start knocking that list down to a point where you're like, okay, I really feel like there's not much more for me in that run. And the way the list gets longer is you die. and you start over. That's the reset that gives you more things to do. Because Product Zomboid mostly doesn't take things back from you, other than when you die. Now, to be clear, when be like, oh yeah, you can do it really easy. I understand when you're new to the game, you absolutely get murdered and you die, and you do a whole lot of dying. Everyone does it. Everyone does a whole lot of dying in Product Zomboid when they start it. Everyone does. It used to be a regular conversation when I played Product Zomboid all the time. It's like, hey, when you boot up this game and you die like a dozen times back to back right away when you're new to it, you know, or if you're just being reckless in general, that's normal. We all did our time. Anyone who's gotten good at Product Zomboid started it by being really bad at Product Zomboid. Everyone does their time. I'll clean up on the other side. Have you ever played that Canadian survival game? You mean The Long Dark? Yeah, I played The Long Dark a good couple of times. I still haven't played the final chapter they added. It's funny, with how long I've waited on it, I find myself not caring about the last chapter as much, because I'm kind of more salty about it taking so long. Like, The Long Dark is excellent. I actually hold it up. If you want a game that is a survival game, and I don't mean a game with survival mechanics, I mean survival is the game. Like, its core mechanic is survival, the story and all that's secondary. The Long Dark is the one I would be like, that's the one. Because I would say a lot of games that are marketed as survival games have survival mechanics, but really, I wouldn't call it a survival game. Like, I like Project Zomboid. I would argue it is a action RPG with survival mechanics. Now, I understand action RPG usually makes people think Diablo 2 or Path of Exile and all that, which is why I wouldn't necessarily market it that way. But the survival mechanics in Project Zomboid aren't very deep. And even with like all the extra challenge stuff and yada yada they've added these days, once you kind of learn the tricks of how it works, it's not hard to survive if you take your time. And I don't mean like even fighting the zombies. I'm talking like getting food, whatever. You just need to know which levers to pull. But really, it's around the zombies. That if you remove the zombies from the game, the survival is utterly trivial. You just kind of walk up and you're going to find all the food you need. The survival mechanics to me in Project Zomboid serve one purpose, and that's to slowly push you into the zombies. But ultimately, it's around fighting. Now, I'd call it an action RPG, but it's also a very slow-paced one. You're not going to zip around and be like Path of Exile, deleting whole screens of enemies. You're going to hit them one at a time, get tired, run away by walking, sit down, and repeat until you've defeated the zombies or they've defeated you. And it's not to say Project Zomboid bad. There's just a lot of games that include survival mechanics that, you know, the survival is not the core thing of the game. Like, I Am Future has survival mechanics, and honestly, I actually don't think it should have them. It's fine that it does, but like, it really felt like it's kind of a meaningless thing in that game, where you're like, oh, this is here, I guess. Does it matter? No. Not really. Okay, so let's park this up. Let's take a quick peek at our fields and make sure everything's fine. So we should be able to go to our sugarcane, and it should be all swimmingly and happy and all those things. And not need to worry. Can we find one of these patches that was torn up before? No. So it looks like cultivating worked, because I'm not seeing any of these giant holes that we had before. Oh, you're wondering why you terraformed the field that way? So rice is special. It has to be in a flat field because we are going to flood the field. And so obviously if it went down a hill and we wanted to flood the field, the water just go off the side. So it has to be flat, so it's a little bit lowered. So unlike your regular field, when you build a rice field, it does make you like square it out, and it will raise the land to be flat. Yep, so these all look good. And so, like, we don't flood it to... Actually, let me take that back. That might have been my problem last time. No, we don't... That's right. We don't flood it until you see the green part sticking up. But yeah, way over there, you won't be able to see it too well from here. There is a pump. Oh, and to be clear, where that looks like it's cement, that's just not what it naturally does. It just makes the green go up. I made it look like cement so it didn't look weird. So now it just looks like it's, you know, someone put up a concrete retaining wall and then field. Oh, let's check on the mushrooms are good. Man. Why is Hardspace Shipbreaker's music such a bop? Yep, there's hail damaging my crops. Just cleaned it up. It's fine. That's gonna happen like every year. You're gonna have like one or two or three rounds of hail damage your crops a little bit if you don't turn it off. It's not that big a deal. Okay, so first thing I'm gonna do is before we worry about anything else, I'm gonna hop up here. Okay, so you look at this, we don't have anything dead yet. But we see here, these are growing. We can run over here to the pump. And it says, water level is too low. Flood the field to avoid crop damage. We flood the field. It's going to take a little while. But we're flooding the field to avoid crop damage. I wonder if it's one of those things that, because they don't start flooding it till 8, and it takes a while to flood it, it's probably not, because it probably just does its check at midnight. Or I'm wrong, as there is a withered one right there. Is it crop damage? Well, we're like, the crops will grow on their own. We're flooding it to avoid damage. That, if you don't flood the field, the crops will get messed up. And in this game, the way that works is they wither. And we're trying to save up 240,000 now, because we're going to use that 240,000 to get a oil mill, because then we're going to make rice oil. Yeah, this is possible, Kravik. That's kind of the thing I was curious, is like what caused all the crops to be withered last time. We don't see any withered here at all. Yeah, because this one's also still giving me an expected yield of 89%. So for whatever reason, we're getting a very, very low expected yield out of our rice field, and I'm not sure exactly why. It says that's its yield potential. Oh no, we go in the middle, and now it's, now in the middle it's 125. That's interesting. So we go over here, it drops to like 89%. We go anywhere towards the middle, and it goes all the way up to 125. Ah, I missed that there's the soil type consideration. Gotcha. So we got crap soil here. That checks out. Right. That explains things. Okay. So it's gonna take a hot minute to do its thing. I'll probably put myself nearish to the pump so that I can kind of, you know, as we're doing something, check on it. But maybe we'll see about making a path between the, or path along the, like, grain mill, or not grain mill, the, sugar mills. Basically, naturally high yield crop like sugarcane, you want to put in low yield soil as it doesn't hurt the yields much. So you're going to babysit the pump, not in-game alarm to turn it off. Oh, so it doesn't actually need to be turned off. It's just I don't want to advance my day while it's running. I'm not sure if it'll count. I generally just don't remember. Okay, so we got an improvement on our environmental score that our tillage on this field is now 10. Its only complaint is nitrogen, which is interesting because we did fertilize it. Or did we? Hang on. Don't tell me I forgot to fertilize it. Because that would suck. No, the nitrogen says perfect. Why is it unhappy with the nitrogen level? Yeah, you can fertilize it after the fact. The problem I run into is I have to be very careful because if I drive over the crops now, I believe it will destroy them. It might have one more phase that happens, but once the crops grow too much, if you start driving over them, it destroys the crops. And you can turn that off if you don't want it, but I do have it on. Okay, regardless, let's stop here from what. Let's go do this construction. So what I want to do is I can't go along this edge yet. Let's go here to where we had the animal mud. And this doesn't do anything beyond be, like, visibly here. But all I'm doing here is I'm just making it look like, you know, we drive in between these. Since we're stuck waiting anyways, it's just a little aesthetics. I'm putting along the edge of the field here. It's too wide. We can fix by just making this kind of messy over here, like they're driving on and off and just tearing it up a whole bunch. I can make this look better by once we get this part sorted. I'll fill the middle with like the not padded up grass and all that. Spread that out more, so it looks like, again, we return there. Have it bend out a little bit. Okay, so what we want to do here is we'll take a little bit of grass. It's as small as I can go. Go back to this and clean that up again. I'm just trying to get the tall grass out of there, because if you're taking tractors and all that back and forth, you're probably tearing up a lot of that tall grass. A little patch here and there wouldn't look bad. But definitely wouldn't be like clean. I think that's because of just the spacing here. And this doesn't mechanically do anything for us at all. It's purely aesthetic. You kind of need the gate to naturally base your driving. Yeah, and I made that comment a few times that one feature I would love to see is there's a bunch of games I've added over the years. The idea that, like, as vehicles or people or whatever go over an area, it just slowly wears. Like, you don't even need to be anything fancy. You can just run a check. Like, you don't even have it, like, grow back in on any meaningful rate. Just, you know, you drive over the same area a couple dozen times, and that's all it takes to, like, mostly weather it. Yeah, now do the other sides, but we can't right now. But yeah, so as you see, like, I've got, like, these dirt roads over, like, this dirt area where it's just, like, the tractor would look like it's worn through. This is a gravel path that goes in between here. Find some gravel. Yeah, no, that's they definitely added, like, terrain mattering a little bit in this one. Like, I'll have more difficulty driving through this. I'll leave ruts in the ground that actually have texture. If you plow it, you, like, bounce up and down going over the plowed areas, and it can actually make it harder to drive when it's really bad. But it's definitely a thing where it's just very, very different. It doesn't technically actually terraform the terrain, Like it is like the terrain is still at the same height, but it adds like kind of a ripple to it. But then when you plow it, it goes and all that stuff. In your town, they're building another natural gas plant. Yeah, like it's definitely they can do worse than natural gas for power. Like especially if you're moving from like coal to natural gas, it's an improvement. Generally speaking, though, like that's kind of a lesser of evils. You'd ideally want something else, but again, it also depends on where you're at. If solar doesn't make sense, if wind doesn't make sense where you're at, you know, obviously nuclear is better, but natural gas you can do faster, that kind of thing. But anytime you load the save, will reset the terrain. Right, that's the whole idea. What some modders have done, which is a pain to be honest, is use the animal mud or dirt textures when making roads. Both those textures physically changed by vehicles, and if you don't own the road, you can't repair them. So over time, they would get to the point you couldn't drive on the road anymore without reloading the game. Oh, I wasn't aware of that one. Because you know what I've been using? That exact same one you've been talking about. I'm actually curious to see like the deformation on them. Because this is the animal mud. The thing is there's like a dozen animal muds. No, it doesn't. That's an exaggeration. There's like quite a few animal muds. But yeah, so you get the idea. I tried to space them to be about right for a tractor's treads. Tractor's wheels. I mean, there are some that are treaded. And then the idea is you go up here, and this is where we turn. Then you go through here and either turn this way. Or there. And I wouldn't see a reason to turn this way and then likely up here very often. But still. Like I said, the reason it ends here is unfortunately right here is about where my property line ends. So I can't design it on the other side there. It's the same here that I intend on going over to this area. And the plan right now is right over here. Kind of where I'm sitting at right now. We're going to put the oil mill for the rice and then later the canola because that's what we rolled from there. But then the plan is at the oil mill, I'll have another set of those tracks that go here to take it to where I drop off the stuff. And then we'll have like probably a gravel road on the other side, so a little bit nicer paved road going by here that'll continue on down the way. You know, when we go to add more fields. That goes where we pick stuff up. I've been pretty happy with how this run's going. I know the Survivor Man challenge runs take a little time to go, but it's been going pretty well. We're making solid money. We're pretty much every stream I'm getting like a piece of equipment or two. We're getting, you know, a major production thing going on there. But you're also confused as to why you don't own the entire map. What mechanic is behind this? Oh, the idea is it's very simple. We don't own the map. So you go and you buy the map. Or you buy chunks of it. Because it would be weird for you to show up and be like, you own all that the light touches. You can do that. You can go in and just give yourself all the land. But that kind of goes against the challenge that, you know, the whole thing. Keep in mind, most maps in Farm Sim, you'll have, like, there'll be a little town there, there'll be other people's farms there, and that the idea is you'd go and buy yourself a farm, you'd work on your farm, and then as you make money, you'd go to your neighbor's farmland and be like, I want that field, and you'd buy that field from them. And so you can kind of do, like, a slow takeover or whatever you want. You can also just not ever buy the land and just work as a farmer for hire for everybody else that they need whatever. So if you buy this game, you don't own the land surrounding the field you work on. Well, that's the thing. When you start a run, whatever, you don't own any of the land. So you'd go in here, you got your 91,000, you'd buy this, and then you own it. And then you can do whatever you want with it. And then when you make a little bit more money, you buy that land. And then you do more on it. And then you buy that one, and you do more on it. Just the same thing of, like, you buy your equipment. That seems restrictive. I mean, otherwise there's no progression. You just own everything. Like, you can... Getting land is not that big a deal. even with us in this challenge, I can go here and I can buy that tile right now. And it's not even all my money. And I get all of this area here. Like I'd get this whole area here. Yeah, you can also set up so you get some land for free. But yeah, so you see, like, this is the tile I started on. I bought this tile, and I'll probably buy that tile in not too long. And so, it's another thing that if I did own all the land, imagine for a moment I owned all the land, and I could spend my first day just plowing this field, plowing the next field, plowing the next field. Very genuinely, owning all the tiles on the map is a very obnoxious amount of land. You are going to spend your entire day working one day to try and do it all. There is a point your farm gets big enough that you need to make a month, multiple days, and really long to get it all done. Which for a lot of people is when the game stops being fun. It gets us two things. There's just a raw land and you choose where to put fields. That is this map. That is not the normal behavior for the game. Most of the maps you get, the non-mod maps, it'll be like there'll be a little town that you can't own the town itself, but then there'll be a bunch of fields scattered. There might be some woods over here. There might be a river over there. Like, they'll have, like, you know, a whole bunch of different stuff going on. You can just start buying up fields. You can buy up a chunk of the forest for logging, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, so this map, though, there was a couple of fields that start right here, but all the other fields I have to make. But that's what the Survivor Man challenge is around, is you start on an area that's basically effectively wilderness, and you make it there. Yeah, you're starting to see your point. Yeah. No, like I said, it's really not hard to get land. Like, right now, if I wanted, I could go down here to the finances, and I can borrow money. And the amount of money you can borrow can vary, but it's like $1 million by default or something like that. And you can buy up, like, if we go onto the map right now, like, for $1 million, I buy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I can basically buy this whole chunk here. And again, all of my fields are just those two tiles. So I can buy all of that before I do that. And the loans in this game, the interest rate is like borderline non-existent. I think if you max out your loan, I think you pay like $3,000-4,000 a month in the game or something like that. Yeah, for example, let's see, Crave saying that, for example, I had a save today to test out for a challenge. You've tested with hard difficulty, 500,000 starting funds as a 500,000 loan, no equipment, cheated in some money to buy a home without any fields, and from that you do contracts to buy your own equipment. With the real challenge, you're probably not going to use the cheat in the money to buy the house, and you currently have 190,000 still, which means I can buy a field. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, to give you an idea, with the right now where I'm at, those two way out in the distance, those two sugar mills are making about 140,000-150,000 by themselves every single year in game, which is enough for me to buy a whole nother segment of land and have some money to spare there. This year is giving me probably, I'm gonna guess when we get us all sorted, it'll be like 60 or 70,000. The last year it gave me about 40, I think. And so even then, like, between the two of those, if I'm getting the cheaper lands, I could almost get 2 tiles of land per in-game year. Which, since you only harvest once per year, like per field or whatever, other than 1 or 2 exceptions of crops, like, you can expand your farm faster than you would think. How much longer are you going to be there, Pump? Wasn't there also a time where you could prop up solar panels by selling power? Oh, you still can. If you just want to cheese the game, like you just genuinely want to cheese the game, you buy a plot of land and you put a power generator on it. And then, you know, once you have enough money, you buy a second power generator. Then once you have another money, you buy a third power generator. And it'll exponentially grow to give you free money forever. Because power generators, you spend an upfront cost, and they basically just give you an amount of money per month. This isn't a hard game to make money. Even if you put on the sweatiest try-hard settings, it's still not that bad to get money. Like, we're on the hard economy, and we're making almost $200,000 a year. And that's not been that long. Now, granted, we abused the hell out of fishing at the beginning, which is worth factoring in. Okay. But yeah, so it's definitely one of those big things. If all you interested to make money, you can make massive amounts of money without doing anything as a player. Just put up a heap of passive income sources. Yep. What is the other 10 for? You haven't seen use that one? Oh, so these are just coming as a set. This is I can change what my character looks like. All of the places you sleep usually have that. In your opinion, that's boring. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things. You can give yourself passive income in the game. And it's kind of one of those things. If you just want to give yourself money, just give yourself money. Like, you can do that. But as it is, it's just one of those things. Like, if your only goal is money, it ends up being boring. If you try and min-max or anything like that, ultimately it's a matter of if you enjoy the farming or not. If you enjoy the farming, great, you'll enjoy the game. You know, if you don't enjoy the farming, why did you buy Farm Sim? With that said, though, chat, it is going to be a time that I'm going to start wrapping up and all that kind of stuff for the night. And all that. I do appreciate everyone hanging out and all that stuff. If you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop that follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. What I'm going to go ahead and do, though, is if you're over here on the YouTube side, I'm going to go ahead and be wrapping up streams. So, you know, don't forget to like and subscribe and all that stuff. But the stream is going to end over there. For everyone over here on Twitch, I am going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen. And remember to close the